it. A white woman, she said a white woman taught her. Some white people became principals, headmistress of schools. Should people fight and jump on the floor? White women became CMDs of hospitals, state-run hospitals. Though they were married to Igbo people, should everybody die on the floor? So bloody what? I don't get these things. It's as if it has ever been done before. Before the appointment of Nigerian vice chancellors, Kennedy Dike was the first chancellor of University of Ibadan. First Nigerian. I mean, so I don't get this. I don't get this all of a sudden. I'm not saying this woman should be appointed, but these things have been happening, and the world did not come to an end. And to think that if it happens, that is an example anyway of recon. Now to clear certain things in my head. I need us to understand how Nigeria works, and especially I speak about politics because politics is a tough game. You only win elections if you are popular. And this goes to Damis's point. I have given examples of places where women were not born, married into, and they held positions. Adamawa, Ogun State. A woman from Ogun State became senator in Adamawa Central. I gave Edo State, where Iman is from. I gave my own home state. The current senator representing me is not from my zone. She's from the south. Nobody's rolling on the floor, jumping up, head and down. And for those that promote the Igbo men and misogynistic tribe, 2 senators, na Igbo men vote for them. My House of Rep member, na Igbo man support them. And I find that argument, why I don't listen to that argument, very funny. Goodluck Jonathan remains the greatest president when it comes to the appointment of women to political positions.
Is Keneke still there, or have we lost them? I think we've lost them. Keneke, are you there?
Okay, I'll come back. Just give me a second.
Okay, that's fine. You just have to go to the bottom. Sorry. Rotham, please go on. Rotham,
all right. Thank you. Harvey, thank you. I will start my submission by saying that as long as one your child is married to our guy from Ethiopia, he's an Igbo woman. Nobody can deny her rights. She will attend women meeting, August meeting, and thank God she has been coming home virtually more like every Christmas. Nobody can point her finger and say she's not an Igbo woman or so, that she's not from Ethiopia. She's from Ethiopia, and she has been accorded the full right of a woman from Ethiopia. So whatever you're saying here, you're talking to yourself. The second thing I want to say is this. I'm not too concerned about whether she becomes commissioner. No, that's not my business. That's political. But one thing is this, she has owned the culture, lives the culture, and promotes the culture. The question you should be asking yourself is this. Are you owning the culture? Are you living the culture? Are you promoting the culture? How many of you here that are trying to bash her? How many of your kids, how many of you here are bashing her? She is originally from Switzerland. But her kids, and they live in Switzerland, but her kids speak Igbo. How many of you here that even live, say, somewhere like even Owerri or even Lagos, that your kids speak Igbo? How many of you put in the effort? She doesn't want that. She's non-African, but she now speaks the language. She learns. She has intention. She has that zeal to learn and live it. Have you that it is originally your own? What are you doing with it? Your kids don't even speak the language. You're even ashamed to speak the language. But here is one particular lady that speaks the language, lives the culture, promotes the culture, and somebody gave his own personal opinion on your hair tearing your pants.
All right. Did we lose Rotham? Rotham, are you there? Okay, I think we lost Rotham there. Sayara, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah. Please go on.
Sorry, I'm boiling water. Yeah. So Harvey, can you pin the link I back channel to you? Cause the conversation is going left and right, like tennis, ping pong, and I cannot follow. But at least somebody should, provide the documentation so that we can all be on the same page. So if you could please pin it. I was looking for, what is it called? The requirements, right, to be this thing commissioner in any state of Nigeria. And apparently, that's what I'm reading. Oh, I don't know if this article is 100% right. They said a commissioner of government of a state in Nigeria must, first of all, be a Nigerian citizen. Second of all, be be above 30 years old, right? Okay. Then the third one, be educated up to at least school certificate level or its equivalent. So everybody coming left and right saying that people that have PhD, we are not looking at them. They said at least school certificate level. Well, yeah, PhD included, high school certificate, everything. So they both qualified. What did they say again? But now the one that triggers me is the fifth one. So maybe that's where the people that that are not for her appointment or maybe right, is the fact that they said not be a person that is not a citizen of Nigeria by birth, but is also a citizen of another country by any other means apart from by birth. So can we please discuss that point? And maybe that is the one that will make sense whether or not she's qualified in the first place. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sayara. Mazi, is Mazi still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Mazi, please go.
Thank you. Happy New Year. It's been a long time. Well, what I'm going to say is, you've not been listening to conversations. People saying that the white men are coming to recolonize us. I mean, come on, man. Obama is still colonizing us now through proxy. I mean, they don't have to be here in boots and ground with horses and whip and the Maxim gun. They're colonizing us proxy. Put the go and read the true economic hitman, the true story of economic hitman. Read that and also read the routine machine. Understand how this thing works. Please, let's forget about that thing. Also, race is not culture. Please, race is a social construct. Culture is something that is practiced by people. I think they're mixing this whole thing now. But anyway, to the conversation, Grant, our farm is an Igbo supermax, just what he eats. We all know him, and I mean, it's my guy. I was at his wedding in August in Florida. A great guy, married a great woman. I mean, I met her. We had a great conversation. We met in Atlanta. I mean, if we think when your child is doing something right, just wait. When the wife probably gets started, we will see another level. I think the pain is not even going to start. It's going to increase. So let's just get ready. She's learning. And then the guy that made good point about Elizabeth Isichi. I mean, that lady is fantastic, but also we can't say because she writes. See, her calling writing and doing a lot of extensive research in Igbo culture. But have different calling. Why not try using the social media as a tool to promote our culture? Why Elizabeth Isichi is a writer that's among academics and those that are depth with history and culture. So I think we can't really say one is better than the other. So people just have different ways of going about promoting the culture they've married into by virtue of their husbands. So let's get those two distinctions. So I think regarding the topic, see, initially when I saw that tweet, I found those how to ruffle feathers. So that tweet made this conversation that have spread to all different platforms, which is good because we need to have these difficult conversations. I think that with regards to culture, I think the question the last speaker asked is something we need to take very, very serious. What are the criteria for being a commissioner? I think that's something I don't know. Some of us need to be educated on that. But let's just say for the sake of conversation, I believe culture is something that is practiced by people and should be managed by people that into it, in as much as we agree that Wanyacha is part of us, she's as far as I'm concerned, an Igbo woman. But regarding I think what Obasanjo did is something that should be emulated by Soludo if he so happens to tap into it, because she brings a lot of energy and passion to our culture and could be spread. But I think a portfolio could be created for her that should be maybe reporting to the then commissioner for culture. That way, giving support from the government, her portfolio could be expanded, and could be stationed in Europe and world, expanding, traveling over, promoting world culture, because someone with that passion and energy and all the worship comes with all her popularity across different platforms. That's something that could be tapped into by a serious government. I don't think that should not push it aside because she's a white woman and as such they're coming to colonize her. That's a very funny. Please let's not delete that argument from my mind. It doesn't make any sense. So I just think that her what she brings to the table in this social media generation which she has a mass following. Let's just not delude ourselves. It could be tapped into and used to keep on promoting our culture. I think that's something that to be. I don't think she can't live in Nigeria because she has family in Switzerland. So she can be operating from there as something, I don't know, portfolio will be created for her if that's if that's going to become the case. So I just think this is just a little thing I just wanted to add. And I also want to make whiteness, it's not race is not whiteness. White culture of the people, we just have to know how to manage and understand two things to promote our culture. Period. Any way we can, because see. Afrocentrism is becoming a thing now. It's spreading like wildfire. The beats, the foods, the culture, the clothing. People are tapping into it. A lot of our brothers and sisters from different regions are marrying white folks, and people are really really tapping into the African culture. Especially, I can only speak for myself as an Igbo person. I've seen a lot. So these things are not going to stop. So she's out there, she's doing quite a lot. I just think that. She, if Soludo so willing, she could tap into what she brings to the table, and there's no white people that come into take over. Doesn't make us inferior. It's just bootstrapping, using what she brings to the table to expand our culture. You never know who is watching. There's a lady called Anambra that is doing great things in Syracuse University. She's a performing artist. She's doing a lot. There, people are becoming, in New York, they're learning a lot that she bring and learning a lot about Igbo culture. So these are some of the things we need to start thinking about. She should be more progressive in our thought, while still also holding forth to what our culture holds. So yeah, the people that wrote that aspect of the Constitution that say that, is it Constitution or law, whatever, that says that one should have to be a born Nigerian to be hold the commission. I think that makes a lot of sense in that position. So I think there has to be a way. That's one of the reasons why I like I think one of the best president we've ever had to date. So because he has a way of working around people, creating portfolios to bring the finest of minds to run things, to run things that he believes in. So that's just the latest submission I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brotham. So the next person is Jeffrey still here? If you are Jeffrey. Jeffrey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I really don't know anything. I'm not trying to attack, let's say, gender or race. Yeah, I just want to talk based on my immigration knowledge in America. And it's the same in almost all the Western world, if not saying the same. I feel like this should not even be a topic, because if this woman is not a citizen by birth or naturalization, that means...
Jeffrey, sorry, yeah. I think I made a mistake. I jumped to Rekelewa. I'm really
okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Rekelewa, sorry, it was meant to be. Sorry, go on.
Okay, hi. Can everyone hear me? Because my network is quite horrible.
No, it's fine. Please go.
Okay, so I am focusing on the topic and also the fact that it's not something that the governor himself said he wanted to do. It's some banter on social media, so I'm going to give my personal opinion. For me, I think that anybody who takes a position of such sensitivity in the government in any country, and especially my country, Nigeria, it should be based on jus sanguinis. So the person should be a citizen by blood, as in one of their parents should be Nigerian. And I'm saying that my answer is a hard no. A white woman should not be commissioner in Anambra. I don't think that it's quite cheap for people to say, oh yeah, this person is promoting my culture and blah blah blah, therefore she can be made governor or commissioner or whatever in government in my state, and then citing examples from previous colonial masters. Now, these people are not doing those things because they necessarily want to make a black person a person of importance in their government. It's just the leftover from the sins of their fathers. Where are they going to throw those people to? They stole them from their countries. Those people are now part of their countries, right? And I remember someone mentioned Lady from Bird being given a position in France, but she's also French. Let's not forget that she moved to France in a long time ago. In addition to that, I also think that when you look at countries like Rwanda, this will never be something that will actually come up in a conversation. They're doing quite well for themselves as Africans, and in a billion years, no one would think of them making a white person, a commissioner or whatever. And then somebody else also mentioned something in Zambia. Now, Southern Africa, there are many leftovers of like white people and Indians and blah. And those crimes were more conducive for the white man, so of course they settled there. And they're now a part of their countries, right? In Nigeria, a lot of you have cited that to be Nigerian, you need to be married to a Nigerian, and even for the men, the white men, you cannot become a Nigerian man. Yeah, so those are pretty much some of the key points that I wanted to cite. And in some ways, it's just really a hard no for me. I don't even think it's something that should be up for debate to make a white woman the commissioner. By all means, you can like, I don't know, pay her to be an ambassador or whatever, keep on like promoting our culture. Thank you very much. But to be a member of government, I think that's just very ridiculous. I think the person who did it for hype and for banter, and obviously he's getting that. So yeah, that's that. And okay, I also wanted to add something, a final statement. A lot of people were saying, oh, she's one of us, and blah. It's very interesting. I was thinking about this concept recently from recent experiences in my personal life. And a friend of mine was talking yesterday, and he was saying how, because by nature, I'm quite a trusting person, but it's interesting that he sees that I see now that you have to distinguish between your friends and your acquaintances. Now, this woman, her husband is Igbo. Her kids are Igbo, yes, but she's your acquaintance. She's not your friend. She's not suddenly an Igbo woman. The way I see it, if I were to marry a Hausa boyfriend today, I'm obviously going to raise our kids Hausa, but I don't suddenly become a Hausa woman, right? So yeah, that's that.
All right, thank you. Ifeoluwa Jeffrey, please go on.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. In the immigration system in US, because I'm a first person, in America, I'm going to come back to Nigeria. You can't join even the military or the police force if you're not a citizen. Or that's for the police. You can't even join with a PR. Now, when it comes to the US citizen, US military, you can join when you're a PR. But then you have to swear your allegiance, and then that's when they give you your passport. So now, coming to Nigeria, I feel Nigeria has no immigration law, because I looked it up right now and I couldn't even say anything making sense. Like, you can't become a political person in UK, in Canada, and in America. I'm sure about those three countries with even a PR. You can't hold no political post. The only time you can hold post like that is you are already a citizen. You go to your PR status, and then you now swear your allegiance to the country, and then you're not a citizen. And that's what happened to us 2010 here in America, when this lady, I don't know if anybody knows about the lady called Lady Al-Qaeda, the American lady that got married to an ISIS person in Iraq. She went there for like 2 years. She came back and almost started killing us, because guess what? When she went there, they changed her head. So sometimes, because this person is married to an Igbo person, doesn't mean she's a Nigerian. Because she's married, the thing that Nigerians are not getting is someone must be a Nigerian before they can hold some kind of office, because this person are getting access to vital information about the country. What if this lady is a narcissist and then she takes all her information back to Russia? I don't know, I'm just giving an example. And then vital information, like for example, when I was trying to join the military, there were some things, there were some levels I didn't have like clarification to, because they were like, it's above you. Until when I became an American citizen, then I had to drop out of the military, because I was not going to be getting it through to this, and I had to go start afresh again. See, there's some things in America that will tell you can't have access to it because you are not one of us, you're not a citizen, because you could use it against the country. So this woman is not even a citizen of Nigeria. You're trying to give her a position that she will have vital information about the country. To me, I feel it's like sleeping with fire on the roof. I don't care if she has done good. America, you could give your life for America. If you're not a citizen, they only thank you, and that's where it ends there, because you're not one of them. You're not a citizen. And God will now catch you if you're an illegal immigrant. Then they will not even thank you. So I feel like we need to just get ourselves straight. Like my brothers here that are not in the country, they know what I'm saying. That you cannot hold some positions when you're not a citizen. And Nigeria needs to start looking into that too, because I feel like we are just so eager to give positions to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that is not looking like us. I saw when they gave white money an office position in another African country. Like, to me, it made no sense. How can you give a Nigerian a position in another African country that he doesn't even know anything about? And that's why our political system is not working. We give everybody, we don't even know if this person knows what they are doing. What if I disguise for the next 3 years to be Hausa or Igbo? I post everything. That means I can come to Nigeria with money and they will give me a political position of which I don't even know anything. We need to just check our immigration law. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shelwa. Neka, is Neka here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Neka, please go on. I think we'll be rounding up now if there are no further speakers. It's been about 3 hours or so. Neka, sorry, go on.
No, it's fine. I actually wish that as people were speaking, we would have been able to have an exchange, but I know that it would have made the room rowdy, which is why we'll speak individually. So I think I probably want to redefine scope, that you asked, the room is about whether she should be or not. And I want to bring it down a bit to the origin of the tweet. I don't really think this is even a conversation about competence, right? Let's break down why this suggestion came up in the first place. So Afam says that, oh, she should do this because she will do wonders with your role, blah, 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 yes. And then some speakers have said that nations don't develop if they lock up or they do not let outsiders in. That may not exactly be true. I mean, you can take China, Singapore, and the rest as an example, but you can also argue that that's also a bit true. You can use UAE, Canada, and other countries that have taken immigrant labor or expatriates to develop their country. So that argument goes both ways. But the difference in all this is that these countries that take in outsiders that have expertise in whatever field hire them as expatriates and they pay them. So UAE is developed on mostly expatriate labor. I mean, it's even a joke, right? But you don't see the UAE bringing you as an expatriate and making you minister of tourism, or bringing you as an expatriate and making you minister of works just because you have done such an amazing job that everybody knows you and knows that you're like the top architect in the world. Then that suddenly makes you qualified to now suddenly become a minister. Even though you marry into their country, they will hire you for your expertise and then they will pay you accordingly. Do you understand? So that's why I'm surprised that the people that are for, oh, she should suddenly become commissioner because she's married to a Nigerian and she does what every other married Nigerian Igbo woman does by raising their kids and speaking Igbo language and calling them Igbo names and cooking Igbo food and eating it. And people that have Igbo channels that are Igbo, or Nigerian women that are married to other tribes, or Nigerian women that are not even Igbo but appreciate the culture by living it and probably integrating into it and showing it. They don't draw attention because why? They are Nigerian. There's nothing special about them. But Wanyacha is special because she's white. So let me now say that I don't think most people would be upset about, bring somebody that has expertise to do this and pay them as an expatriate. No. I think for me, what's problematic is the fact that a white person appreciates Igbo culture, and to Igbo men, that's promotion. Or a white person lives my existence that I live on a normal day, and then it's special because she's white. But I'm in the diaspora, I'm in Canada, and I eat poutine, and I go ice skating, I do stuff. and if I post it on my personal page and then suddenly I become popular, like a lot of Nigerian, Canadian people that are here that are very popular, that have a huge following, a Canadian will not say, oh, because this person is so appreciative of our culture, let's make this person a judge or a governor or something. No.
Thank you.
Their thinking would be that, oh, if this person has expertise for this, let's bring them in and pay them to do this. I came to Canada as a PR, right? And I know that there was even a time when certain provinces were giving people provincial nomination because they were looking for people with specific skills. Working in construction knows more than him, even though probably the Chinese man probably has the barest level of education, and you probably know more. But because he's fairer, he's not black, he's other than him, you automatically think he's better. It's a mindset problem when you see Indians are like low rank in whatever it's done in their country, get shit here, and then they are leading your operations, and you defer to them, and you automatically think they know more than you because you see yourself as inferior. That is why people keep talking about that inferiority complex. That's where that conversation comes from. Nobody is saying that if maybe the Nigerian government in Anambra or the Anambra state government wanted to draw attention to maybe women in Sweden, where I think she's from, or maybe wanted to draw cultural attention to that, cannot bring her in and pay her as an ambassador. Their problem is that why is she suddenly qualified for this role, even if she doesn't meet the barest minimum? You've not even checked, but you're saying, oh, let's appoint this person. What is special about her? What makes her different? The difference is her whiteness. That's what suddenly makes her so special, that somebody can sit down and say, let's make her. That is why Igbo men will say that she's not white, she's Igbo. Igbo men will say a Yoruba woman married to an Igbo man is a Yoruba woman, but she can join Umuada and everything. It doesn't change the fact that you're Yoruba. I'm an Igbo woman married to a Yoruba man. I'm part of Umuada in my father's village, and I come home and I go to my mother-in-law's place. I'm very integrated to where my husband is from in Ijebu-Ode. It doesn't erase my Igbo-ness. I don't suddenly become Yoruba. I am just an Igbo woman that is married to a Yoruba man, and I am going to raise Yoruba children. My son has a Yoruba name. He has an Igbo name that I call him, but his name, his birth certificate is Yoruba. It doesn't change that fact. Would that suddenly make me, if maybe I have a YouTube channel where I make a video and promote Yoruba culture, would that suddenly make people from that tribe say, let's just pick her. She promotes our culture. She lives it more than us. For people that it is their everyday life and it is normal. Then for those that say that women were crying, we hate her because she's white, we are racist, I want to say that, let me speak from my own perspective. I don't hate her because she's white or because she's racist. I barely even know her. But I know that she gets the amount of attention she does because she's white. And she gets the amount of following she does because she's a white person speaking Igbo or singing Igbo songs or wearing Ankara. It's just the simple truth. There are lots of Nigerian women, black women that speak Igbo online. There are lots of Nigerian women that are doing very huge things for the Igbo culture, that have Igbo YouTube channels, Igbo Instagram pages where they promote Igbo culture, teach the language. There are lots of people on this clubhouse that have open Igbo channels that do Akoko Ifo on Tuesday that try to teach people to speak the language. It is not seen as special because you're like, it's almost normal. But if it were a white person that opened the channel here that was speaking Igbo, I am betting you that their followership will be huge. People would tweet about it. It will get to Insta blog. It will be like, oh my God, this white person is speaking Igbo. you people are ready to make exceptions for white people. For example, someone said create a portfolio for them. You are not saying create a portfolio for Anambra women that promote Igbo culture or on YouTube that I know about, Flo Chinyere and the rest. She documents making Igbo food, teaching people her travels from Spain where she lives to when she comes to the village. She goes village to village, she documents the roads, she documents Igbo culture, Anambra culture, everything. Nobody has said, let's create a portfolio for Flo Chinyere and make her anything, even if she does not meet the requirement. But you will create a portfolio for a white person because she's white, she's special. So let me just round it off by saying that we will be deceiving ourselves if we say that there's no whiteness to this discussion and the reason why it's such an uproar. I have no problem against bringing foreigners to aid our development. Anything that makes Allah Igbo great is a good thing for me. But when you say that somebody should get something just because they are special, and that specialty is the fact that their skin color is fairer than yours, then I think it's a bit problematic. I think that's my submission.
All right, thank you very much, Neka. Right, so I think we've come to the end, but Pamela has just come up. She's the only person who hasn't. Hold on, please. Pamela has come up. She's the only person who hasn't spoken on stage. If Pamela wants to speak, I'll let her speak. But is there anybody else on stage that would like to say anything?
Yes, please, Doctor, can't you just say something to add what
Please hold on, please. I did not say to start speaking. Just flash your mic so I know who is left, and then we can round it up. I think that will be final statements. So there's Pamela, Keneke, Ife, Godson, and Sayara. Okay, that's fine. Pamela, please go. Pamela, please go.
Yeah, sorry, I had some stuff in my hands. Yeah, so this is actually kind of a very interesting discussion to me because I'm Igbo, as you can see in my bio, but I'm married to a Pakistani man who's a Rajput. There's no way in hell, and he's from a very prominent political family. There's no way in hell they're letting me contest for anything in his village in Koral or in Pakistan or in anywhere. He's a Punjab. They're not letting me contest for a damn thing where he's from. I can be the supportive political wife. I can show up for pictures and whatnot, but there's no way in hell they're letting me contest for anything. I'm not even a Muslim, so I don't stand to do anything. I think that in Anambra, I remember because I lived in the village. I remember when there was a woman named Dora, and she was running for, I don't know, I think governor of Anambra State. And I remember sitting in the car with my uncle and his friends who are also some Anambra men, and they were laughing. They were like, how can a woman run anything in Anambra State? She should go cook for her husband. She should go cater to her husband. But now I see they're promoting this white woman, or she's promoting Igbo culture. But a woman who was born and raised in Anambra State, never left, is she's not good enough. She should go cook for her husband. But this, I don't know if she's Swiss or Swedish or whatever. This is my first time hearing about this lady, by the way. She is the one who's qualified to go to lead Anambra people. Okay, that's fine. They can carry that one on their head. The other one is, I don't know the person who said white people are coming to colonize you. They are. What's gonna happen is this lady is gonna go and bring her people, and before you know what's going on, small, little by little, they'll be coming in because it's what's happening in Kenya. They allowed some Indian people to have positions, and before you know what's going on, these people now have more rights than you. Her children will grow up and have more rights than you. And I get that a lot of people around here are saying, oh, her children are Igbo. In the eyes of, when those children step out of Africa, they're viewed as biracial. They're not viewed purely as Black, and no one even knows what Igbo is. So this whole idea, and what's going to happen is those kids are going to come back and end up ruling you. A lot of people, I've heard people say, and especially the generation that grew up during colonialism, oh, Nigeria was a better place under white people. White people need to come back and rule us. Those people will come back and vote for her in a freaking heartbeat because that is what they want. That's what most of them want, is to be ruled by white people. There were, even during the pandemic, people were making jokes. Oh, things are so hard in Africa. White people need to come back and colonize us and take us on their boats. We'll even be happy to go back as slaves to Europe and America. People were making that as a joke. So this is the mindset of the people that you're dealing with. I just came up here to say that because I heard people say stuff like she's Igbo, stuff like that. In what world does that make any sense? How is she Igbo? I'm married to a Pakistani. I could never go say, oh, I'm Pakistani, or I'm Rajput. That's no. They'd be like, no, you're married to a Rajput. You're not a Rajput, and I know that. This is mad. This sounds like pure unadulterated insanity. I mean, I don't even want to say half the other stuff I want to say because it's Sunday morning. I don't want to offend anyone, but this all I've said. This is how it starts, because if you see right now in Kenya, the Chinese have taken over the schools and they're teaching the kids Chinese. They're teaching them how to do karate. They're engulfing them in Chinese culture. So again, this is how it starts.
All right, thank you, Pamela. Sugar Belly, I can see you. I'm trying to bring you up. Okay, you're up now. We're really just rounding this off. There are a few speakers, but definitely I'll let you speak. Let's just quickly take that, if that's okay. So it's going to be Keneke, Sayara, Ife, Godson, and then Sugar Belly, of course. Keneke, go on.
Let Sugar Belly go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Sayara, please go on.
I'm good, though. I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Jeffrey, please go on. Is Jeffrey still here?
No.
Okay. Godson, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please go on, and then we'll go to Sugar Belly.
Okay. So I think it's fair amount of the points I was going to make this time around have been emphasized, and I don't think I need to overflog them, but it still bears pointing out the fact that some people have pointed out that Nigerians do hold political positions outside of the country, but two things. Number one is the fact that if you check the qualifications of those Nigerians for those positions, you find out that sometimes they are even quite overqualified, because you can't say Nigerians don't work hard for whatever they get when they're outside of the country. Nigerians are extreme hard workers, and Nigerians commit themselves to the process once they decide that's how they want to go. The average Nigerian out there will commit themselves, follow through the entire process, and get to where they are going to, right? It's not like just because they came into the country and then they speak the language. I mean, we are all Nigerians, we speak English, but none of us is just going to show up in the UK and expect some sort of position just because we speak English. We eat their food. We even sell it down here in Nigeria, and yet they're not coming to handpick any of us. They're not celebrating us. Speaking English is like the barest minimum to function in their society. So it should be the same thing down here, right? That speaking Igbo should be like the barest minimum for someone that's coming into a society. Whether you are coming in as a married person or you're coming in as an observer, whatever it is, it's like the littlest thing you can do to show that, okay, you are really interested in this culture and you have committed yourself to being a part of it. But that does not become a criterion for saying someone deserves a political position, an executive one at that. And I keep hammering on that again, because, again, I think Chema mentioned this. If it was like maybe a special advisor, right? Or any of those other positions that don't come with executive power, it's still unreal to think of that, but that makes a lot more sense than giving someone executive power that has no known credentials, none, not in her country, not here. Most of us don't even know what she does as a day job. That's just the simple truth. Most of what we know is that she speaks Igbo. She's a Swedish person. She's married to an Igbo man. That's it. She speaks our language. She's interested in the culture. She engages with it. But there's a difference between participating in culture and defending culture. Because people have come here and say, oh, she defends Igbo culture. It's not like that. She participates in it actively. And it's not even up to the point of most Igbo women for whom it is a daily reality that participate in Igbo culture to every extent, from birth till date. But yet, people went on Twitter to say that this woman has engaged with, has participated in, and has defended Igbo culture more than the Igbo women that were born into that culture and have lived it every day of their lives and come on this platform and any other platform to defend it every single time. That shames me to see that some men would willingly say that without any reservations whatsoever. And then someone came on this stage and now said that we should forget the whole competence thing, that we should know how things are done in Nigeria. Granted, things are done a certain way in Nigeria, but aren't we complaining about how things are done? That people that are not competent keep getting political positions. We complain about it, but because we want to make exceptions for a white woman, we are now suddenly fine with complacence. We are suddenly fine with incompetence. We are suddenly fine with a lack of antecedents and qualification. It's suddenly a good thing because we want to make an exception for whiteness. It baffles me that we can't see the problem that is inherent in just this suggestion alone. Because yes, I agree, it's not like anything has happened. Soludo has not appointed her as anything. In fact, it's not even as if it's even a talk in government circle. But the fact that someone can suggest it alone and be serious about it, that alone is troublesome because it shows like you don't understand how it's a problem. And people keep saying that you need to position. You cannot tell me that there are no Igbo women that have not been positioning themselves for this same thing, going through the entire political process. You can't tell me there is not one Igbo woman, not one Anambra woman that was born and bred, that has lived almost all her life in the state, that has been a part of the political process in Anambra state. You cannot tell me that you look and you will not find one that will now go all the way to Sweden to just pick up someone that is doing the barest minimum. Like, how do you not see the problem with this? How can you defend it? It's completely indefensible. We are trying to fix our society, we are trying to fix our culture, and we are beginning to already make concessions for things that don't make sense. Like, come on. We need to wake up and really start being critical about these things. Every time we have these discussions about race and the tendency of Africans to want to leverage proximity to whiteness to move themselves forward, or just see it as something that's better. People will say that we are just being bitter, we are just being pained about nothing. But you don't seem to understand, the complexities of this thing. And we can't keep allowing these kind of mentalities to persist. We can't keep having this inferiority complex that we are willing to pick up a random woman. She's not even a big person in her own country. I don't think they know her over there. I don't think she's rated over there. She's not a Christine Lagarde that you will say, okay, she's such an important person that her alone can move a lot for us. They don't know her in her own country. We are the ones that have made her popular. All these clouds that she has is from Nigerian people. So we are the ones that have given her this popularity. So why do we keep putting her on a pedestal? Like she has done something that's so special, so out of this world that no Igbo woman can do it. There is nothing. Like we need to get a grip on ourselves, though. This mindset, it needs to go. Thanks, Harvey.
All right, thank you, Godson. So I'll let Sugar Belly go, but just to do a bit of a refresh, H-Blaze will come back to you, but there is Sugar Belly, there is Naimeka and Amanda. Right, so to do a bit of a refresher, right, so yesterday, I think, so a gentleman on Twitter named Afam Delu, so he made a tweet. The tweet is on my PTR, essentially suggesting that a particular lady, a white woman who is married to an Igbo man, should be considered for position of Commissioner of Culture and Tourism, and that attracted a lot of responses. And the biggest critic, if I may say so, was Sugar Belly, and Sugar Belly is here. So it would be good to hear her speak her mind, especially as it seems that it was her particular criticism that sort of sparked up a lot of heat that tweet generated. So Sugar Belly, please go on. You know the rules, so let's just try and keep it civil and organized.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah, so I basically came here to just tell you guys that I am right, and I'm right on every single angle about this thing. And, you know, I think that from the conversation that's been going on, like a couple of people have kind of cottoned on to like what the problem is here, right? So I kind of wanted to draw your attention to like an exchange that happened as a result of like some of the things that I had tweeted. So there was a point at which somebody had tweeted that Nwaocha has done more to promote Igbo culture than most Igbo people. And I had responded, apparently one white woman has done more to promote Igbo culture than Chimamanda, Chinua Achebe, Buchi Emecheta, Flora Wapa, Ndidi Woneli, and all the other Igbo people working daily and thanklessly on endless projects that enrich, promote, and preserve Igbo culture. So somebody had then replied to me and said, why is Ndidi Woneli's name on the list? And I said Ndidi Woneli helped to fund the Center for Memories, which is an organization that helps to collate and verify and record historical accounts and first-person testimonies of the Biafran War. And the response was that does not in any way put her anywhere near the names on the list. So they now said that these people have written books and projected Igbo culture to the world. Meanwhile, she's just an entrepreneur and businesswoman. And so the reason why I found this exchange interesting, right, is that I listed a bunch of Igbo people who have done significant work that kind of promotes Igbo people, culture, language, welfare, history, and so on and so forth, right, in very, very significant ways. And somebody literally nitpicked Ndidi Woneli out of that list because apparently she's just an entrepreneur and a businesswoman, right? Meanwhile, in the thousands of responses that I got, like to my thread, and majority of the ones, like the critical, the negative ones, were predominantly from Igbo men specifically. And they also opened like a Twitter space as well to discuss it. And majority of the speakers in that Twitter space are predominantly Igbo men, right? In the thousands of these responses, people kept on asking, and I kept on asking, okay, you want this woman to be commissioner of culture and tourism. What are her qualifications, right? And they kept on saying she's more qualified than Igbo women, or she's more qualified than Igbo people, or she has done the most in terms of culture than Igbo people. And the question kept on getting asked, okay, list those things. Like, what are the qualifications? Like, you know, just let us know 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the responses kept on being, she speaks Igbo, she eats Igbo food, she wears Igbo clothes, she has Igbo children, she loves Igbo people. Like, this is literally the summary of the 5 consistent responses I kept getting. And then even in the Twitter space, it was one Igbo man after another Igbo man after another Igbo man coming on. And one of them was even saying that, that the commissioner position is not good enough, that he would have given her the highest position, that she can be the governor of Anambra if she wants to be. And he kept on saying that this woman loves Igbo people. She speaks Igbo. She's appreciating our culture. And it's crazy, right, that they were also angry about what I said. And the irony is that they did not realize the absolute lunacy of what they were saying. There are millions of Igbo women who speak Igbo, millions of Igbo women who eat Igbo food, millions of Igbo women who have Igbo children, who wear Igbo clothes, like who literally live an Igbo culture, promote an Igbo culture on a daily basis, make YouTube videos. There's absolutely no qualification that any of these Igbo men who are championing this woman as commissioner have identified that actually makes her a legitimate candidate for this position. Like, it's wild, right? That they don't see that the singular distinction between this woman and all the millions of Igbo women in Anambra and even in the rest of Igbo land, the singular distinction is that she's white. So what they're effectively saying is that her qualification for this position is primarily because she's white. Because it's not as though, you know, eating Igbo food is the qualification. It's not the wearing of the clothes. It's not the making the YouTube videos. Not the participation. As somebody rightly said, there's an Igbo woman who makes Igbo videos all the time. Her name is Florence Flo Chinyere. And this woman is so active. She goes to her village. She participates in like every single village festival. She does everything. Like literally, like I can't help but watch her videos because they're so involved. And nobody has ever tried to recognize her for anything whatsoever. Meanwhile, she does the same things, right? And she even has a YouTube channel, so that should make her like a neck and neck contender. But nobody has ever mentioned her name. So that's the first thing. The hypocrisy that I'm seeing from Igbo people, the hypocrisy I'm seeing specifically from Igbo men. There's also the second point that I kept on seeing from Igbo men, saying that, oh, that she's one of us. She married an Igbo man. And then somebody actually tweeted this thing. He said she is not a white woman, she's an Igbo woman. That's what he said. And what I find mind-blowing about this statement, right, is the fact that even Igbo women who are from other parts of Igbo land, from other states, who marry Igbo men from other parts of Igbo land, literally face discrimination, challenges, opposition on a daily basis, purely on account of the fact that they are from a different part of Igbo land. So it's not like these are unquestionably Igbo women. And yet, when it comes to things like property, inheritance, certain rights and rituals and things like that, they get discriminated against. They get reminded constantly that they're outsiders. And that's other Igbo women, not even to mention people who are not Igbo. Yoruba, Ibibio, Efik, Bini, Hausa, Fulani, Tiv, Calabar, and any other ethnic group in Nigeria who marries an Igbo person, right? And then literally, once their husband dies, you see how the Igbo family descends and almost wants to fling them out of that place on account of the fact that you're not Igbo, you can't have this. So I find it amazing that I saw thousands and thousands of Igbo men yesterday making serious arguments that once you marry an Igbo man, you have automatically become Igbo from his place. And that makes you fully entitled to every single thing that he has, fully entitled to. Because, and it's what is mind-blowing about it, right? Is that because they know, I know I'm an Igbo woman from Anambra, and the Igbo women defending this nonsense know that it's arrant bullshit. Igbo women grow up every single day watching other Igbo women be bullied out of property, be disenfranchised, be literally opposed when they want to have positions, bullied out of various positions that they're meant to have. And yet somehow, right, a white person marries an Igbo person and suddenly the doors are flung open. She's entitled to everything. She should be the governor of Anambra State. She should be this, she should be that. Does anybody remember, maybe I'm showing how old I am, right? But does anybody remember the tiny brief period in which we actually had a female governor of Anambra State? Her name was, I think, Virginia Etiaba or something like that, right? And I remember this because I was little when it happened. And I was so excited because I had never seen a female governor before. And I was like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever. So this woman's actually the governor of Anambra State. And next thing, it was literally 5 seconds later, she stopped being the governor of Anambra State. And it's literally because it was like a no confidence kind of thing. She didn't have the support to actually push through and extend her term or come back for another. She just didn't. And I think she only became governor of Anambra State by a default. I think she was a vice or something, a vice governor or deputy governor or something. And then something happened to the governor, and then that's how she became the governor. But then she literally could not get the support from Igbo people for her to actually be the governor and run as governor in her own rights. And yes, you have those same Igbo people literally arguing that, a white woman who married an Igbo man, that is, in fact, commissioner someone said commissioner is a downgrade for her. That, in fact, you prefer for her to be the governor of Anambra State. The hypocrisy, the irony, the lack of self-awareness. And let me tell you something, I'm more than those things, right? It is actually a blatant disregard for Igbo women. That's what it is. It's a blatant disregard for all the suffering that Igbo women have gone through and still go through on a daily basis. It's a blatant disregard for all the shattered and crushed dreams that Igbo women have had in terms of political appointments, in terms of achievements, in terms of property, in terms of rights in Igbo land, that literally Igbo women have been telling you guys for years and years and years that we are supposed to be entitled to this thing. We would like to do this thing. We would like to do that thing. And they say, shut up. No, you're a woman. You can't do it. Then a white woman comes and suddenly she's allowed to do all those things. And then another thing, right? Because as somebody has already mentioned, like literally, the only reason why this woman is relevant is because Nigeria gave her relevance. Nobody knows her in her home country. So it's not as though somehow like she was some important person in her home country and then, you know, there's something for Nigeria to benefit from like this position, because there's not. It's literally even, and the funny thing is that even if she gets the commissioner position, right, and then on account of the commissioner position, she now starts going to her home country, Switzerland, relating with her home country and, you know, developing some sort of diplomatic relationship. That is literally Nigeria helping her to build her career, a career that she did not have in her home country, and raise her profile in her home country. It's not as though it's an elevated profile and then somehow she's bringing something to the table, because she's not. And the other thing I just wanted to point out, right, because I feel people are like, oh, what's your problem with this particular woman, blah, blah, blah. It's not about this particular woman. It's about the fact that there is a genre of white people, right, who specialize in finding obscure cultures. And when I say obscure, I don't mean objectively obscure cultures. What I mean is cultures that are obscure to white people. So there's 30 million Igbo people. Igbo culture is not an obscure culture to Nigerians, but the point is that to the generalized white audience, it's an obscure culture. Finding obscure cultures, right? Going there, kind of almost absorbing the entire culture, and then using that to make themselves more interesting. And this thing has been going on for like centuries, right? And how it used to manifest like in centuries past used to be that white men would go as explorers to like random obscure places, or even white women, and then they would come back to their white society, and then they would write a book about how, oh, I lived among the natives for 15 years and they made me chief of the tribe. Like it was a whole genre of like writing that they used to do. It was like a whole activity they used to do. And how it gets done in the modern era is basically that you go, you know, get into a relationship with somebody from some place, or maybe you go travel, you live in some place or whatever. You basically suck up that person's entire culture, and then you display it online on social media, and then it makes you the most interesting white person, and somehow it, you know, you build a whole platform based off it. Because here's the thing, and you need to ask yourself this question: if this lady who's from Switzerland, right, if you just switched out the Igbo culture for the Swiss culture, which is her own natural culture, if what she was doing was making videos wearing her Switzerland clothes, eating her Swiss food, speaking, you know, French or whatever it is, would she have as much traction? Like, would anybody know who she was? No, they wouldn't, because it's not interesting. Like, it's not special. What, like, literally, like the source of the specialness, right, is the Igbo culture. And it's not just her. There's another person called Avril Amaka, and it's the same profile. White woman, you know, dating or marrying like an Igbo person or whatever. Suddenly you have no culture of your own. You just like absorb the whole thing, and you start performing it, right? You literally like wear it like a costume, and you perform it for entertainment, and then people are just like clapping. And the most painful part, so to round up my comments, right? The most painful part about this whole thing is that literally in their defense of posting a white woman as a commissioner in Igbo land, where Igbo women find it difficult to get these positions, right? I saw so many Igbo people making comments that non-Igbo wives of Igbo people, so like Yoruba wife or like any other ethnic group, right? That those people have to earn our trust. And someone said, you're saying that your fellow Nigerians who are not Igbo people have to earn your trust before they can be given a position in Igbo land on account of their marriage to an Igbo person. But a white person doesn't have to earn your trust? I saw so many Igbo people saying so many nasty things about people who are about Nigerians who are not Igbo. And I saw a Yoruba man say, but why are you saying this thing? That there's over 5,000 Igbo people who are employed in Lagos State's government. Like, why would you make such a comment? There was an Igbo man that literally said, fuck non-Igbos. I found it so shameful that in order to defend your allegiance to a white woman, you're basically saying fuck non-Igbos? Look, I don't know if like we've lost our minds, okay, but people need to sit down and have a good think about why they have the position they have on this thing, what the implication is to Igbo people, what the implication is to Igbo women, what the implication is to other Nigerians who are not Igbo watching this whole debacle go on, and literally realizing that you're valuing a complete foreigner over your fellow Nigerians. It's actually disgusting and shameful. Like, I felt so embarrassed. So yeah, I was right on all accounts. Sorry, I'm not sorry. And for the people who want me to apologize, I'm never going to apologize because I was right.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, this is a free speech forum. Everybody's is free to take their views. So, moving on, so it's going to be Keneke, Inaimeka, Amanda, H. Blaze, and then we'll go to Eric and Sarah. Please, if anybody has please, I've said it, kindly send the back channel. An instruction can be any more simpler. Let's just keep it that way. Please send the back channel or just flash your mic if you need to speak. Please, let's keep disruptions minimal. Can you keep?
Yes, thank you very much, Sugar Belly. Welcome on stage. One or two things. First of all, like I said earlier, I don't support what's her name, Wanyocha becoming having any position or anything. But again, appointment is at the whims and caprices of the state governor. Unfortunately, and as I said earlier, white women have held positions in Anambra State, not as commissioners or not as commissioner. Some of them were SAs, some of them were even heads of the state-run hospitals. They were appointed by the state governor, though he was under the military rule. And they formed an association called Niger Wives, if you remember. So, I mean, we need to put that. Maybe now because of social media and a lot of things, these issues are becoming tough, and maybe how Wanyocha has tried to promote herself or anything. So we can see why this is happening. But white women having did have positions in the state. Not as commissioners, but they have been appointed to, maybe some of them are doctors and all these things. Now, please, I want to also clarify the issue of Vijay Tiaba. I beg. Vijay Tiaba was chosen by Peter Obi in 2003 when he ran under APGA. He lost the election to Chris Ngige, though by Wuruwuru. In 2006, he was sworn in because the Supreme Court said he duly won the election. So Vijay Tiaba was his deputy. In 2006, he had problems with the State House of Assembly. Now, if you understand how politics are, you should bring in context into this. Peter Obi belonged to a party called APGA. The PDP won the State House of Assembly. So he had no member of his party in the State House of Assembly. And because he was quite difficult and refused to share money, he was impeached. And because he was impeached, Vijay Tiaba became the governor of Anambra State. Now, I'll give him his flowers because he picked her. If he had not picked her, she would never be the governor of Anambra State. We went to the Supreme Court and won. And the Supreme Court reinstated him back as the deputy governor, the governor of Anambra State. So I want us to get those things right. So it was not about Igbo women. I mean, that argument doesn't hold waters. Two, Vijay Tiaba is a bit she's advanced. So she said she was not going to join him and run for re-election. Maybe she wanted to rest because she's not that young. And he picked one Sibodu guy from somewhere else. Now, back to even the issue. Like, if you know, Anambra State has 2 female senators. I said it earlier. Anambra State has chosen 3 female House of Assembly speakers in the turn of the 4th Republic. No other state. I put that in challenge. Nobody has put it up. So let's get the issue about the state politics, including, I don't want to call her name, Marjorie Okadibo, who is now the chairperson of NNPC. That's a chilling job, man. Jesus Christ. Including your auntie. She has a great job as chairman of NNPC. You need to fix me up, man. Now, so I want to clear that out. So I can understand the argument, but I have a simple question. I mean, like I told you earlier, this is an opinion. White women have been given positions in the state before. I remember I went to DMJS Onitsha. Some of my classmates who were members of Niger Wives plus people then, if you remember this school, Creative Minds, their mothers had, my mom will CMT Amako or some general hospital, all those kind of things. They had some of those positions. I mean, I was too young. I didn't have an opinion on those things. But those things have happened. in the state. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. There were doctors and dentists. I agree with you, but they were white women. They were white women. That is the truth. So I want us to be careful. I'm not saying we should appoint one in your child. I mean, you know my view on that. But I don't know about. I'm just a bit trying to bring in things here. White women have held positions in those states before. So last one. So that's what I wanted to say. Then we support our women in politics. I wanted to put that out there. Again, 2, ranking. If your state has not produced 2 female senators that are serving, including the one from Anambra North, who was replaced by a lady. It was a woman back to back, Margaret Okadibu, was replaced by Stella Odwa. In fact, before Margaret Okadibu was replaced, there was a woman, a lady called Senator Joy Emodi. So a zone has produced 3 female senators. I bet any state in Nigeria to give that record where a zone has produced 3 female senators. Senator Joy Emodi, Senator Marjorie Okadibu, now Stella Odwa. If your state has not produced that, I beg, please put some respect on Anambra State. Put some respect on Anambra Central. My current senator was my House of Rep member. We don't do all those things. I mean, people can have the opinions. Of course, you have men that are misogynistic that can say those kind of things. But the general outlay, the general feeling, the general consensus is that we promote, when it comes to politics, for people that are involved, people that are, it's not by chance that we have certain records. Governor, House of Assembly member, it's not by chance. It's a deliberate effort. Lastly, I want to talk about distance. When people say this and promotion of women, why I am unsympathetic or really don't care is that Goodluck Bele Jonathan was a role model for the promotion of women, appointment of ministers, positions, everything. But you guys, more women voted for that clown in Aso Villa than Jonathan. A man promoting your interest. Anyway,
all right, thank you. So it's going to be Nnamaka, Amanda, Ifelua, H. Blaze, and Eric for now. Then we'll go to CC after that. And Naimeka, please go on.
So hi guys. First of all, what we're looking at is a very detrimental ideology that normal Nigerians carry, from being just normal Nigerians with political aspirations to very powerful positions of power, like political positions. And at the end of the day, we start to ask questions like, why is this person making very wrong decisions? But then if you trace back to the conversations these people had on social media, you see is a bold reflection of who they really are. So I don't know how many people on stage have applied for jobs outside Nigeria. And then you see things like a consideration is going to be given to clearly somebody who is a citizen of this place before even considering somebody who's not. And then that queue can be so long that before they even consider somebody who's not a citizen, it will be much easier for a potter to get a job of a professional. So I can see a lot of Igbo men dance around, cultural sentiments, and just because somebody has done something that isn't common in our culture, and then we begin to give them the right to wear tiaras of Igbo feminine royalty. What I'll say is, for every statement made on social media, you can see the picture of a society. You can see the problem in the society. Now, if you're giving somebody a position of power based on the fact that she's doing something that's not on the basis of sentiments or racial sentiments or something out of the ordinary, and then you live in competence out of it. At the end of the day, you come back to blame the government for doing something similar. I feel like we need to sit back and think. The problem isn't that, Wanyocha is coming out to contest or to be is vying for the post of a commissioner in Anambra State. The problem is she understands that people have developed a certain sentiment towards her, right? And she's making use of those sentiments to get what she wants. And it's funny how, I don't know, a lot of people are educated, but they don't allow information and what they've read get to them and then assimilate and let it become part of them. So whoever's advising her, whoever's pushing her to, or whoever is even thinking about giving her that appointment, is that there is the problem of the Igbo society. So my question to every Igbo man who is stood on stage to, support this shit show of sentiment. My question is, would you go to a very cultural society like India and marry an Indian woman and then fight for a position just because you've been eating chapati all your life and you can speak Punjabi? Would you be definitely accepted by people who are, would you be accepted by people who are very cultural just because you speak their language? I'm talking about people who are not Nigerians, maybe Asians and very cultural Europeans. Would you be accepted? Please, let's just stop this. Let's just stop this shit show. It's going to be a very, very crazy thing to support somebody based on racial sentiments. It's quite tiring to even listen to conversations that supports this whole thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Amanda, please go on. Amanda, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll be quick. Before I make my submission, I just want to respond to something Kenike said about like white women have held positions in Anambra in the past, and it was probably under like military rule or whatever. I don't think that's what we're discussing here. I think we're not arguing whether white women have held positions in Anambra in the past. The question is whether they've been prioritized over native Anambra women, right? So if we go back and investigate those women or whatever, those appointments that you're referencing from the past, and we find out that yes, they were prioritized over Anambra women or over native Anambra women, then that just proves that the problem has existed for quite some time now, right? So we're not arguing, oh, has this been done in the past, therefore it should be okay now. We're saying go investigate that one in the past too and see whether there was a problem back then. But anyway, I think everybody has said what they want to say. I just came here to plug alternatives. To be honest, when I saw the tweet, I thought it was a joke. I didn't take Afam's tweet seriously because I saw smiley face at the end. I just thought, like, you can't possibly be nominating her. I don't even think Wanyocha even wants to be involved in politics in Anambra. I don't like that she's catching stray bullets on top of someone else's suggestion, So I just saw it and I just thought it was a joke, and I just swiped and scrolled past. Come to find out later, it's now this thing that has blown up. But I'm happy it did blow up because now it's exposing a lot of the biases that a lot of people have towards their fellow Anambra people. And for me, I just want to plug alternatives. If we're seriously having the conversation about nominating people for Commissioner of Culture and Tourism in Anambra State, that's my state as well. Both of my parents are from Anambra. I would suggest Chimamanda. I think she has done a lot to put Igbo culture, Nigeria as a whole, and Igbo culture on the map. She's been doing the whole Wear Nigerian thing since 2017, where for all her international events and engagements, she only wears Nigerian clothes made by Nigerian designers, and she plugs them on her Instagram posts. We all know the very famous clip where she was talking about, she was having an interview with some French lady, and the lady said something about books in Nigeria, and the way she just gave that very eloquent clap back, you know, like, we have books in Nigeria. Like, you can see she's proudly Nigerian, and she proudly showcases Nigeria on the global stage, not just in the comfort of her social media circle or in the comfort of her Twitter space. Like, she's through and through proudly Nigerian. She even said she only speaks Igbo to her daughter, you know. So if at all we're evaluating qualifications, I think that should weigh into what we're evaluating. I would also plug Flavor Nabania. I think he came into the Afrobeat space at a time where indigenous Igbo music was dying off. It was not seen as the cool thing to do. The young people would rather sing P Square and Usher and, like, you know, and do hip hop and all of that. But he stuck to indigenous Ogene music and has promoted it around the world. You go to South Africa, you go to Eastern Africa, these people are speaking Igbo that they don't even understand, but they are singing their hearts out. This guy, even till now, I don't think he has even gotten as much international awards as Davido and Burna Boy and Wizkid and all the, like, cool Afrobeat faces, you know. And that's not to denigrate Burna Boy's work. I love Burna Boy's music. I love Davido. I love all those other people. But the fact that even in the face of what is more enticing, he still sticks to culturally relevant music. Damn the consequences, damn the extra dollars he would make by pivoting to the cool Afrobeats. He's sticking to indigenous music, showcasing, look at his music videos. For me, that is culture, that's tourism, right? So if at all we are evaluating people that are going out of their way, paying the price, it's not just doing something because it's cool and getting likes, paying the price for sticking to something that is culturally relevant, I think we should consider these two candidates. Chimamanda also has the famous book Americana. I don't know any other book that has reached the world with regards to, like, Igbo, showcasing Igbo culture, talking about something that was very painful to the Igbo people, the Biafran War, her book Half of a Yellow Sun, This is what it means to promote your culture. I think I appreciate Juan Yocha's work, and I've always been following her, and I love what she's doing. It's cute, and I like that. But that's the extent of it. Let's actually talk about other people that are putting in the hard work, the thankless work, to promote Igbo culture. But yeah, that's just what I wanted to come and add on stage. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Amanda, for that. Is Ifeoluwa still here? Okay, he's not. H. Blaze, then Eric, then CC, and if there is anybody else I'd like to speak, please send a back message. We should be rounding this off.
I sent you a back message. This is Pam.
Oh, okay, Pamela. Yeah, we'll get back to you. H. Blaze, please go. Okay, so we can't hear you, H. Blaze.
Oh no.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so the room is rounding up, and I just want to kind of give like my final thoughts on the issue. And I want to say that 80% of the guys that have spoken on this room have been embarrassing. Most times Nigerian women always ban like Nigerian men are embarrassing. It has become a thing online that people just joke about. But like today on this room, like in this room, I felt it for real, because most of these men. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Dr. Harvey, please. Most of the guys that have spoken in this group, they have. It feels like we're majorly just discussing to hear ourselves talk or appease our egos. It's not really about coming to any form of intellectual enlightenment or expanding our minds or really getting to the root of the problem. Because most of the points a lot of you guys have even been reiterating back as to why it's not such a big deal as you're making it, doesn't even counter the opposing point. You guys just go ahead to reiterate your dogma as to why it's not a bad thing. Only like 3 or 4 guys out of all the men that spoke in this room actually hit the nail on the head as to the cultural significance of that decision. And if you see a pattern, you have to see a pattern. Because during NSARS, there was a news that came out that United Kingdom has been funding NSARS. That news leaked. And while that news was still out, Nigerians on Twitter were still tweeting at the United Kingdom to come and help us during NSARS. Anybody that remembers what was going on during that period, there were a lot of tweets about United Kingdom. There was even a video call with United States senators about what is happening in Nigeria. But the news also came out that UK is funding SARS or working with them, and Nigerians didn't see the conflict of interest in asking for help from the people training the rogue unit that is treating you people like animals. The UK came out to say that they have not been giving them money, they've just been training them. SARS is a local unit that has no border duties or any international jurisdiction. So I see no reason why a foreign power is educating them or training them or anything. But you see, it just went on our noses. The last time there was an issue with the white woman, Avril Amaka. I think Sugar Belly also mentioned that Nigerian men were flocking to her defense. Like, I mean, it was embarrassing. That's what it was. It was embarrassing. They were flocking to her defense. Same thing today now with this child issue. It's not even a real thing. It's not like the governor came to speak about it. It's just something we are bantering amongst ourselves. And look at how everything is coming to play. Professor Pierre Lumumba said that in 25 years, Africa is going to be recolonized. And if you are going to be objective about it and just remove yourself from the scenario and observe, you realize that this generation will probably be the ones to beg them to come back. They won't need to come back sneakily. We'll be the ones to beg them to say our leaders have failed us. Let's come and have a joint government. And that's how we're going to get recolonized. Shit is happening real in Africa. And the conversations we're having, you don't want to hit the nail on the head. You're just that. Last week, I don't want to mention names. You didn't get at Sugar Belly's point. You just kept dancing around the point just so you're not agreeing with her. Just like the example she said about the person who picked out that one person on the list, and that one person is not qualified enough to nullify the entire point of the list of names that have been put out. So like, Nigerian men, on the fuck up, I just have to say this because like this shit really pained me today, man. Like we're fucking up and you guys just need to hear that, man. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Please send a back message if you want to speak, and that's fine. So we'll go to Eric, then CC, Pamela, Iman. That's how much for now. Eric, please go on.
Yes, of course.
Please.
First,
Eric, go on.
Yes, no, I'd like to thank you firstly for hosting the conversation. A lot of the opinions shared, I certainly agree with them. And what I have to say, I'm making my points mainly on principle, based upon, of course, my own perspective. I think I deeply acknowledge and agree with what has been said about the plethora of different candidates that can be considered for this role, like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. She probably, of the names that have been thrown out there, I think she is applicable. I think she's pertinent, and I think she'll do a superb job in the role. But my arguments are mainly based upon principle in regards to this debacle that has arisen as a result of the conversation around this Caucasian lady possibly becoming the commissioner. The first thing I want to talk about, of course, is competence. Of course, if somebody was going to be the commissioner for a state, we would want them to do the best possible job that they possibly can do. And there should be no racial preference in favor of this white woman. And I think this speaks to somewhat of a quasi-African mentality that can exist. We assume that because somebody is of European descent, they might be better for the job than someone who's of African descent. We can sometimes favor those who are not from a natural, you could say, environment, because we assume that their association with the West brings with it a certain level of competence. And you can possibly link this back to regimes of white supremacy and the oppression of African people, colonization, and the mistreatment of African people. You can maybe link the mentality to that historical reality. But nonetheless, if we are to elect people, or appoint people rather, for a position, it should be because of competence. And racial preference should not work against or in favor of anyone else. And why I make this point is because I myself, I'm from Edo State, but I was raised in Ireland. And in Ireland, I'm the politics coordinator of an organization called Black and Irish. And Black and Irish aims to represent the Black and Irish community, because the Black and Irish community can sometimes face, quite frequently actually, discrimination within Ireland. And the main form that discrimination comes in is a type of discrimination that says that because you are Black, you cannot be Irish. Because you are Black, I don't care if you speak the language, I don't care if you were raised in Ireland, I don't care what you and your parents have contributed to this nation, you cannot be Irish. And we're trying to challenge that narrative to ensure that a space can be created within Ireland where Black people can feel accepted of all backgrounds and contribute to the development of the nation. So I'm in Ireland, speaking to people, some people who are illiberal in their thinking, who think that I should go back to my country, and some people who are open to the prospects of Black Irish contribution from Nigeria, Ghana, across Black people across Africa and across the world. And I'm saying, look, if you look at the Black Irish community, you will see talent, you will see competence, you will see capacity, a capacity to make positive changes within the realm of politics. So if I am using one half of my tongue to promote not diversity per se, but an appreciation for the competence that Black Irish people have to bring, not because they're Black and Irish, but because there's a lot of talent within the community. If I'm using one half of my tongue to speak to this, and as a proud Nigerian who wants to see Nigeria develop greatly politically speaking, economically speaking, and I'm using the other half of my tongue to reject the possible appointment of someone who is competent, regardless of what she looks like, and who clearly might have an appreciation for the culture. Again, this is not an ad hominem statement. It's on principle. Regardless of who the person in question is, then I would be a hypocrite. Then that would be contradictory. And I think I wouldn't be speaking in favor of honest development without any, you could say, biases, cultural biases, or anything of that nature. So I think we really need to appreciate this point, particularly people in the West who are trying to work for the representation of Nigerian people, of African people within politics and other areas. If we're going to use one half of our tongue to do that, whilst rejecting the appointment of someone who may be competent for the role, whether you like the person or not, on a personal level, if they might be competent for the role and do a good job, we have to ask ourselves the question whether it makes sense for us to reject them. The next point I want to raise is about culture. Again, this is not ad hominem, it's in principle. A point was raised about how, Western writers used, and this is very true, to Africa. They used to return to the West and write about how primitive, barbaric African civilization was. There's a term that was kind of coined during the period of time known as the Enlightenment in Europe, called the white man's burden. All civilizations beyond European civilization were seen as lacking, were seen as regressive and backwards. Of course, this applied predominantly to the Black continent, Africa. And this was written about. People like Winston Churchill wrote about how, African compared them to apes and monkeys. And then, they returned to Europe to share their writings. And this, of course, received great reception because European people were given a reason to feel it's superior to another civilization during a period of time where serious scientific and technological developments were occurring within Europe. Now, this was compared to a white lady marrying an Igbo man, embracing Igbo culture, showing an appreciation for Igbo culture, learning to speak the language, not disrespecting Igbo people or Nigeria in any way, but actually respecting the culture and being considered for a particular role. Whether this is on their competence, based on competence or not, is a separate question. I do not think this is a fair comparison. I don't think it is at all. This is the type of rhetoric, similar type of rhetoric that I'm being met with in Ireland by people that are telling me to go back to my country, because in my country, you don't see Irish people there, which is a lie, because there are a lot of Irish people in Nigeria, of course. So I think we really need to be wary of the type of rhetoric we use to speak to this phenomena. It is true that historical fact is reality, but it doesn't have to be true that a white person embracing culture associated to Nigeria is automatically bad. So I think we need to bear that cultural point in mind too. Lastly, and I need to acknowledge this, I think there's legitimacy in a lot of the criticisms. And it comes from a place of emotion, but legitimate emotion. The history in regard to the relationship between the West and Nigeria, the West and Africa, has not been pleasant. The recent history, it's been riddled with colonization and oppression. And it is true that this has produced, as stated previously, a certain mindset that can exist among some Africans that sees them willingly accept people who don't look like them, who don't speak like them, who don't phenotypically appear like them, into positions of power. The PLO Lumumba point was made, and I think it's a legitimate point to make. However, that being said, we have to ensure that we think in a nuanced, rational manner about what development means. It is not about basing things on identity. If we base things on identity, we could continue to appoint the most corrupt political leaders into positions of power within Nigeria. In fact, with tribalism that kind of reigns powerfully in Nigeria sometimes, this can occur. We can look at where you come from and the language you speak rather than how much you care for the nation and the development of the nation and who you are. So in principle, I think what we need to prioritize is holding leaders to account and ensuring that they do the best possible job for the people. Now, getting to the woman in question, I think when you hold her up to other figures who have been named like Chimamanda and the like, for me personally speaking, they're preferable candidates. But if we're going to judge who the best candidate is, it should not be based upon what she looks like. So this is the main point I want to make. Competence should be prioritized, but we have to hold space for the legitimate criticisms people are making because of the fact that we can sometimes tend to overlook Nigerian people to look at the West. This mentality has to be abolished too. And a lot of Black women that I've heard speak about this, I think have made, again, a lot of legitimate claims about how they have been mistreated, about how empathy has not been extended to them in regards to their potential and capacity to contribute. So this has to be changed too. But I think all of these things can exist at once. So this is the point I have to make.
All right, thank you very much, Eric. So please just send me a back message.
I have, and I think you skipped me. May I please return to Eric on that as soon as
Please, yes, you will. I'll add you to the list. Please, guys, just send me a back message. I'm checking.
I did earlier. But
that's fine, Sarah. Okay. Cici, Pamela, Onyeka, please go in that order.
Please, am I in the queue?
Please, guys, just send the back message.
I did. I sent it 10 minutes ago.
Okay, that's fine. I'll check.
Actually, 13 minutes. I'm looking at
I've been here waiting for over 45. So.
Sir, I'm not saying that you should not speak, sir. I understand it's your culture. You understand? I understand this is your white queen. I'm just asking if I'm on the queue. That's all.
Okay, listen.
Why are you chat for president of Nigeria, though?
Raquel, don't do that. I beg you. Please don't do that. Guys, let's just behave and let's be decent. Cici, please go on.
Oh, okay, great. Super great conversation. And I think whenever I first came on the, I saw this conversation on the TL, I was kind of actually happy, which is I guess for some people, a very weird emotion. But I think like I feel like the great thing about Twitter is that people get to voice their bias, and sometimes it's kind of hard to see bias, right? It's kind of like, it exists in you, but you're not really seeing it until you voice it or you do something, and there's like 5,000 people replying you to like show you your bias. So I don't know, like this is a very common saying I think all over the world, but at least growing up I used to hear all that glitters is not gold. And it's really crazy for the society that we are in as Nigerians that we do love glittery things. And I'm going to like kind of like say like really briefly what I mean. I'm going to give a few examples. I remember when Buhari was first running for elections, his first term, right? I literally saw someone on the TL talk about how beautiful his kids were as part of the reason why they would want him as president. Like people were like some Nigerians literally boiled down the requirements for presidency down to how beautiful a man's kids were, his smile, how he looked presidential, and how his wife dressed and spoke as part of the reason why they would want him to be that was her her major reason why Buhari was going to be was fit to be president based on her looking like, I don't know if it was a joke, but that was something I saw somebody else repeat it about, we'll have pretty presidential family, blah blah blah. I saw that on the TL a lot. Another thing I wanted to know, which is very funny, but then you still see in the same society. I remember two white men. I remember everybody was in agreement, which is really shocking too as well. Two white men came to Africa, I think Nigeria and Ghana, and they wanted to build a sustainable city, right? And
I don't know which of the cities they wanted to build in, but somehow they had no pedigree outside of I think it was the US they were coming from. They had nothing going on for them. I think they were like, one of them was a dropout or something. But they had a dream, right? And they came to Africa to come and build their dream. And somehow they successfully met with top Nigerian officials and the president of Ghana, and they documented their story on its timeline. And a lot of Nigerians, both men and women, were angry. They were upset. I think even the Ghanaians as well were upset that, two white men who have nothing going on for them came to their country and had so much access that they could not have, right? A couple of days ago, it might even be the same day, I saw this on the TL, the same day this Why Your Chaz thing happened, right? Nigerians were, I don't know if it was joking or kind of commenting on how Lagos restaurants were being kind of like showing off Lebanese chefs and waiting staff or managers, right? As a kind of, a trend, right? To make it look, I guess, successful, and they were joking about how that these Lebanese people might not even necessarily have the pedigree of being a chef, that they might have been a street person on the road in Lebanon that were brought to Nigeria to masquerade as this, some successful, shining, whatever, which is where my point is saying Nigerians love glittery stuff, right? But when it suits them, they are very, very able to see bias, right? The same way they were able to see that those two white men were getting favors because of their whiteness. It's the same, and the same way they were able to see these Lebanese people who got jobs, who were being made chefs, even though they might be qualified Nigerian chefs who are doing like fusion stuff or who are really good, who are being put as head of restaurants, even though they might be qualified Nigerians who have studied restaurant management or whatever, who had no qualifications or may not have qualifications for these roles, were being put there to create a certain look, right? Nigerians could see that, right? And there was one more person. I remember Marek Chinedu guy, right? He was dating a Nigerian lady, and I don't know who gave him the Chinedu name or whatever, but he was a white man from one of these European countries who came to Nigeria. And I remember how he was Poland. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. I remember how one of the people who are actually, who's on the TL, actually advocating for this lady and calling Nigerians clowns and whatever, literally made it his life's job to drag this man with publications out of the country. I get rightfully so, because apparently, from what the people claimed was that he was, I guess, a scammer or some con artist, right? Who I guess was the guy literally gave himself a Nigerian name, was living in Nigeria, was absorbing the culture, dating a Nigerian woman, right? But apparently, in reality, in Poland, he was nothing, right? He didn't have any qualifications for all these things he was apparently doing, and was also a scammer. So it's really, really funny how sometimes Nigerian men can see a problem, but when it actually suits them, that problem doesn't exist, because nobody actually said, Nwayocha shouldn't be the commissioner because she was white. The issue was that, is she qualified? Like, because there are other Nigerian women who are not Igbo, who marry into Igbo culture, who are not even looked at for these things. Nobody tells a Delta woman or Yoruba woman who speaks Igbo fluently, who has all kids and children who are with Igbo names, who lives in Enugu State or Anambra or wherever, that she can be appointed or she can run for office because she is from Yoruba, or she's from Edo, or she's from any. Nobody tells other Nigerian women this. Nobody is telling a Yoruba man who's dating an Igbo woman living in Enugu, speaks Igbo fluently, that he can run for office in Enugu State because maybe he has even lived there all his life, was born there. We can clearly have our own convictions on tribe and whatever other little things, petty issues that we choose to exclude other Nigerians. But somehow we don't have the same, even white men apparently, but somehow white women seem to evade these things. Like somehow we don't hold them to the same standards as everybody else, including white men, because it was the same Nigerian women who were dragging this this Marek guy who dragged this two white men from the US, I guess, they were black men who did this. Like, it wasn't Nigerian woman who was running around trying to tell everyone on the trail that the whiteness that Nigerians so love is not necessary, or this all that glitters is not gold. Bias that Nigerians tend to have. Like, it was black men, Nigerian men, African men who were actively trying to, this what's it called? This kind of
disenfranchise.
Disenfranchise these white people who were benefiting from the culture. So it's really funny when you see this same man, standing with a white woman against their own fellow woman. It's really, really, a really, really, really interesting view. Like, the bias is very, very loud, and I'm just trying to hold up a mirror to it. That's it.
Thank you very much. Pamela, please go on. Is Pamela still here?
Yeah, I'm here. So I just had a few things that I wanted to address. Everybody has made some really good points. I wanted to just say, like, with me, I'm from Imo State, right? And we all know, like, how there's, massive beef between Imo and Anambra. There's no way in hell any group of Anambra men would ever back me to run in Anambra State. That is not happening. So, that's one of the things they should look into, why they're up this white woman's backside. Meanwhile, they wouldn't even let an Igbo woman from a state, whether she's from Anambra or outside of Anambra, if let's say they like, non-Anambra women, they're not gonna let, an Igbo woman from Imo or Enugu or Abia run for anything in Anambra State. So there's one. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out was four things I want to point out. The second one was when Nigerian leaders or Igbo leaders, Igbo governors, commissioners, whatever, step out of the country, no one knows who the hell they are. They have no power. They have no respect. Nobody cares about them. They are met with all forms of disrespect. They get called racial slurs. Their children are disrespected. Even when they have children with white women or whatever, their kids are also disrespected. So again, you go to and this is typically when they go for, vacation in like Europe or something like that, which a lot of them, they love going on vacation in, UK or America. And they receive all forms of disrespect just by going into those countries, pumping all kinds of money in those countries, trying to make those countries their second home, even collecting nationality in those countries. They still don't respect you. They don't care about you. You are worthless to them. You're just, an NIGGER to them. They do not care about you. But this woman, who's a nobody, who accomplished absolutely nothing outside of marrying and having children with an Igbo man, is giving all sorts of preference in your country. I mean, in your tribe, in your state, and you don't have anything to say about it outside of, yeah, she's an Igbo wife, which again, she's a European woman married to an Igbo man. She's not an Igbo wife. So that needs to be corrected. They need to worry about the level of disrespect they chop overseas versus trying to make this woman their end all be all. Before you know what's going on, they're going to vote a Chinese man as president. Another thing is, if this was the other way around, and like the lady who spoke before me, Cece, if this was an Igbo girl that came back with a white man, and said that, okay, I want my white husband to have a political, a position in office, they'll be like, I don't, man, absolutely not. So that one is a complete abomination, is against the law of the land. But this Igbo woman, this white woman wanting to take a position that's clearly meant for an Igbo woman, that's perfectly fine. They really need to reconcile why they're okay with that. And I think I had another thing that I wanted to point out. Yeah. So the other thing I wanted to point out was, I think one of the reasons they're really big on this woman running for office, even saying that she should go to get a position as a governor, is that they think she's coming with the white man's resources, right? They think that because she's white, so she's got to be attached to some money. So they think she's coming with some resources from her country. This, in the grand scheme of things, in a bigger picture, is an abject failure of Igbo male patriarchy. We cannot do anything for our state, so we need to attach ourselves to this woman, so hopefully she can bring in a white man and help us fix some of this shit up. And that in itself is the bigger problem. That's the elephant in the room that no one wants to address. So, they need to go and really dig deep into themselves and figure out why they want this woman in a position of power.
All right, thank you very much. So it's going to be Iman, Raquel, Isioma, Sarah, Uzo, Sayara. In that order.
Oh no, Dr. Heavy, you skipped me.
Oh. Sorry.
I'm going after Iman.
Iman, yeah. Sorry about that. Iman, please go.
Yes,
thank you very much. Actually, a lot of points I wanted to make earlier have actually been made. I mean, Sugar Belly has said most of it practically, and I think it was what's his name, H Blaze as well. I think there's something here that people are not sitting back to consider. Do you really think just because somebody speaks your language or wears your clothes, that is the barometer, or rather that is the measure of their being able to assimilate into your culture? I speak English, and in the UK, people would say, you speak good English. Where are you from? And I say, I'm from the UK. The next, because I say that as a joke, because obviously I know what they're going to say next, but they ask the question again, where are you from? I say, from the UK. Where are you from? Again, the third time. And I say, the UK. And they say, you can't be from the UK. How can I not be from the UK if I'm speaking just like you are speaking? Why do you question where I'm from simply based on my use of your language? Why? Because of the color of my skin. The UK is not my country. It never will be. I really couldn't care if they never give me a political post, or, if Nigeria never becomes the prime minister of this country. Who cares? It's not our country. Furthermore, you're black, you're African. Like, you need to start understanding that fact. So just because you might fight against racism, which is a perfectly, good thing to do, because human rights should be respected regardless of skin color. But when it comes to your own country, Nigeria, and you seemingly find it easy to defend the indefensible, of trying to justify why it's okay for some European to be appointed a commissioner in your state. I mean, I think sit down and just think about that for a moment. Sit down and think about it. You cannot use the defense of, but there are Nigerians who are appointed to this in other countries. You cannot use that as a defense. It doesn't work. It does not work. And someone just rightly said, if the roles were reversed, the genders were reversed, would you be saying the same thing? I honestly doubt you'd be saying the same thing if it was a European man as opposed to a European woman. And this is the thing that we need to understand. Until the day you love yourself and your culture and you elevate that culture to the level of spirituality, where you yourself care so much for it that you don't want to see other people who are working so hard, who are like you, with the same skin, that wear the clothes, that speak the language, that even teach it to other people. See the day when they can be the ones who can be appointed to these kind of positions, if it's based on who is representing the culture. For me, as far as I'm concerned, you cannot represent a culture to which your lineage does not even run directly through that particular culture. If your history, if your ancestors are not of that culture, I honestly struggle to understand why people are so excited when you see a white man doing Azonto. You're like, look at him doing Azonto. You see him dancing to one of Davido's songs. Look at this is something that other people do, and the people who do it probably even better. The people with your same skin color, but it's the one who does something that hasn't got your skin color that you decide, this looks special. This person is special. Like, seriously, when exactly are we as Black people or Africans going to learn our lessons? So first of all, put ourselves first. No one asked that person to go and marry outside of his language group, his ethnic group, his country, his continent. No one asked that person to do that. That was that person's choice. Therefore, that has nothing to do with anyone else. There are many more capable people that should be considered for a post like that we shouldn't even be having this conversation, that have done far more for that culture. You've got someone on stage here, for example, who created an alphabet system, for example. Is that not promoting your culture? I mean, I'm not going to go on and on, because I think this conversation, to me, as far as I'm concerned, the actual the tweet that led to it is actually, the whole thing is just redundant. Like, I can't believe we're actually here defending the idea that she should, based on TikTok videos and Instagram videos, this individual has some qualities that somehow other Anambra women don't have, or other Nigerian women don't have. Like, I mean, it's just comical. I'm gonna end there.
All right, thank you. Onyeka, sorry I skipped you earlier. Onyeka, Raquel, Ifeoma, Sarah, in that order. Onyeka, go.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I am looking at this from a different angle. I mean, of course, when things happen, we would decide how to interpret or understand things. Sometime, I think that was 2 weeks ago, the governor-elect now released a list of 80 people that will lead his transition, headed by Obi as Kwesili. Now, a sizable number of people in that list are not from Anambra State, and some of my people had issues with appointing people that are not from Anambra. But I was quick to remind them, look, when this man was campaigning, he said it multiple times. My appointments will be based on competency. What Anambra people want are results. So, in fact, I think the example he used, if the person that is most qualified for a particular thing is El Rufai's brother or son or something, he is the person that I will give the job. And I am happy that he is drifting towards that angle, because he has, by this action, he has been able to eliminate the Ndi Father versus Ndi CMS narrative that has bedeviled us for quite a while now. You cannot come to him and say, I am this, therefore give me this. And he made it clear that his commissioners will be based on their CVs, written exams, competency, essentially is what we are talking about. Somebody that is probably in love with Nwanyosha. I mean, when I say in love, I mean loves her content, the way she has been able to assimilate the Igbo culture, speaks Igbo, said something on Twitter. And look, for me, Nwanyosha can support the people of Anambra State and the government of Anambra State in any capacity, as long as she is competent for that role. But my own is that I want to even talk about openness across the different regions. We are always too weak. Couple of years back, the Abia State governor sacked everybody that is not from Abia State in the civil service. And it was not a problem for so many people. People did not see anything wrong in dismissing a Nigerian citizen, an Igbo citizen, in the civil service because the person is not from there. So let us try and understand that to get the best, we must be open. There is a reason we have Igbo judges in Lagos. There is a reason we have Igbo commissioners in Lagos. There is a reason open societies tend to do better than closed societies. So across, I'm talking about Ekiti, I am talking about Oyo State, I'm talking about Anambra, Enugu, Kano, Kaduna, Bauchi, wherever we come from, let us understand that openness and focus on things like capacity, competence will serve us more, regardless of this gender of the person or the type of fantasy skydiving that they believe in. If your criteria is because your sky daddy is called Jesus and it's on that basis that you make appointments, trust me, your people would not say thank you because those people you appoint would fail. Then if your own is that the person is called Allah, and your fantasy sky that is called Allah, and it is on that basis that you're making appointments, you're going to fail. So let's just have an open mind and understand that inclusive societies are much more. But I mean, again, this is an academic conversation. There are real things in Nigeria. Till today, a woman cannot transfer citizenship to her foreign or non-Nigerian husband. I am not seeing anybody opening a room to talk about it. So if we are truly interested in that which we claim we are, let us start from there. Why should I as a man, I can marry Mwanyosha, she will become Onyibo. But if my sister marries Mwanyosha's brother, Mwanyosha's brother cannot become Onyibo, cannot even become a Nigerian. So, I mean, if we want to do social justice, we have enough places. But for now, my governor-elect, which we are all happy for, he would base his things on capacity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's no benefit.
All right.
Hi, wait, it's my turn. It's my turn. I've been waiting.
Raquel, please just
I'm not trying to take a second. Because no one has open rooms to discuss that.
Sugar Belly, please. Sugar Belly, please. Please. You can get on the queue and address things. Let's not turn the whole place upside down. Raquel, go next, and please let's give her the respect. Raquel, go.
I appreciate you guys so much. And if you look at my PTR, this is the person who actually should be our head of state if Ms. Wanyocha gets whatever position she gets in opening. Awesome. So just to quickly respond to whomever just said that, right, that there's no rooms have been opened on that subject. Number one, you opened the room. Number two, rooms have been open on that subject. Number three, I learned about that being a fact from Clubhouse, right? So as opposed to trying to push blame somewhere, why not just say, hey, we have a culture in Nigeria where women have no value. Our native women, we look down on them. And that's why, we just feel so bold and emblazoned to easily speak down on them. And we want to import women from other patriarchies to lord over our own. I think you just, make that the full sentence because, it doesn't really make sense to transfer blame and say things that are just like objectively not true, right? That's that quickly. Because I don't know why a white man with any kind of anything would want to be a Nigerian when Nigerian people are running from Nigeria, but that's neither here nor there. So I'll get to my submission now, right? So I want to start my submission by just reading a couple of tweets on this subject. Okay. This is by Uloma, right? She said that the person, this Afam person, is the same person who got married on a slave plantation in Georgia. I don't know if that's true, but I believe it because someone who was,
it's true.
Yeah, someone. Wait, can I, guys? So someone who is gonna be telling Igbo women that all Igbo women ever since the beginning of Igbo-dom, obviously that's not a word, but roll with me, have done zero compared to this Nwanyama chick having a YouTube channel, right? The psychology is there. And this same person was the same person who agreed with this Igbo man who said that because there was another man who said his wife should take care of 2 little children under 5 and his blind, ailing mother and work a full-time job, right? And called her lazy for wanting to watch Africa Magic. While she's doing, working, taking care of 2 little boys under 5 and taking care of a blind, ailing mom, while he was actually in the US with a white woman. And this same Afam, whatever his name is, double down and say, yeah, our Igbo women are lazy. I think that's so very interesting because I don't think he would have put his luxury woman in that kind of position, right? Another tweet, white
people loving Nigerian culture doesn't qualify them for political positions. And then, obviously an Igbo man in his glories wrote this. She's from Anambra by virtue of marriage. If she's appointed, I don't think there's an issue with it. This is the same Abriba people antagonizing Indi Mba. Then this wonderful scholar of Igbo history wrote, no, this woman's content is only popular because she's a white person who experienced Igbo culture, nothing else. When you think about it, we are talking about political appointment based on her whiteness. She's not the only person promoting Igbo culture, right? And another person said, besides her YouTube channel, is there anything else that makes her able to do this position, paying taxes here, living here, any educational qualifications? Because there's this big thing being done. It's like, oh, Igbo women are just bitter and we're hating and, we're just jealous of this. Well, they're calling her beautiful, but this beautiful white woman, and she's not a feminist and she doesn't hate Igbo men. And that's why Igbo women are angry, as if these men are not, calling Igbo women everything but a child of God behind this white woman. And it's just interesting that they're comparing people outside of Nigeria who have to get PhDs and masters and go to Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge to even be considered for a position, to someone who makes YouTube channels and don't see how that is doubling down on white supremacy and racism. And they're calling people who are calling this hypocrisy out racist. Black people are calling other Black people racist for not wanting to be oppressed by white supremacy and misogynoir in their own home country. I think we can easily see how colonization happened, how easily slavery happened, because clearly if Black lives, particularly Black female lives, matter so little to these quote unquote patriarchs, you can see how they're able to easily sell Black women, Black people for mirrors and beads, because these people don't matter to them, That's neither here nor there. I think if this Anyamama chick, if she gets this seat in the governorship or whatever, we need to get a Chinese man or a white man to become president of Nigeria. Because if this white lady is more qualified for having a YouTube channel, then any man from the ends of London can easily be qualified by eating jollof rice and a goosey soup. I mean, we see a lot of these guys doing Azonto, shaku shaku, becoming dancers, and they go viral on YouTube. So they should become president of Nigeria. I mean, they're qualified. You know what I mean? So just one last point or two last points that I wrote them down here. There are literally at least 50 Igbo female YouTubers that I can name right now that have taught me a lot about Igbo culture and life, because they're Igbo women married to Igbo men living in Igbo states, and they have Igbo children. So I think it's interesting that we're going to overlook similarly qualified YouTubers who have Instagrams and Twitter, showcasing Igbo culture, because this lady has maybe a bigger following. But then again, she has a bigger following because she's white, right? Not because of this whole Igbo stuff or because she's married to an Igbo man or whatever. It's literally because she's white. And I think that it's interesting when we have so many every day Nigerian men across Nigeria telling Nigerian women how they're entitled and how they're, gold diggers and want too much and X, Y, and Z, and how Nigerian men need to treat them worse than they already do. And this being juxtaposed by Nigerian men still denigrating, Igbo men particularly denigrating Igbo women off the basis of being bitter and being feminist for wanting human rights in their father's land, right? But these same group of men say that Igbo women should not inherit property, that they want to vomit blood if their Igbo mother who gave birth to them remarries, right? So I think it's just very interesting, the consistent dehumanization of Nigerian Black women that we see across the diaspora, right? It's just very interesting to me. So I think that in closing, when people want to compare someone like Maduka and say, oh, if Maduka Okoye, that beautiful, sexy man, shout out to his German mom, is less Nigerian because he's half caste, and come say that, oh, because Maduka can play soccer, why can't Wanyama or what y'all know this lady name, the Swedish chick, should become governor? It's like anything that is not a Black, dark-skinned man, that can easily be, oh, that's not good enough, that's not Igbo enough, right? But when it comes to women or biracial men or white men, that's when that's when it becomes, oh, that this is not fair, it's not right. But when it's a white woman, right, when it fits the, your sexual preferences or whatever the case may be, it's adding up. I don't know. To me, this seems like misogynoir, hatred of Black women. I said this yesterday in the room, and they said that I was reaching. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, thanks, guys. Queen Elizabeth for president and head of state of Nigeria. Juan Yocha for president of Nigeria, etc., etc.
I nominate.
Yeah. Thank you. Please hold on, Isioma. Guys, as I said, please don't fall into that temptation of trying to turn this place upside down. I will just have to throw you guys down. Please don't do it. I'm begging. Let's keep the conversation civil. Let's hear from all sides. Let's try to learn. Right? If you need to talk or say anything, just send me a back channel. There's a queue, and once you send me a back channel, I'll reply you with a queue. Let's just keep it civilized. We're not trying to have a shouting match. Right? Okay. Isioma, please go.
Thank you very much, Doc. I hope you all can hear me clearly anyway. Yesterday I came online and then I saw what was going on Twitter. To say the least, I was disappointed. Disappointed in a generation that has failed itself. Disappointed in a generation that has lost most of its values. It's sad to see people get up on social media just because they have data on their phones and say she deserves the position. After all, Nigerians out there get appointments, get positions. You know how those people work their ass off out there to get those positions? I don't think they know. What you're seeing on Twitter is just signs of the educational bankruptcy going on in Nigeria. The guys that have appointment and the beautiful ladies that have appointments out there and gain international recognition out there, mostly Nigerians. These people have achieved tremendous success in their fields. They did not just become recognized by virtue of being Nigerians or by virtue of being able to speak English or write French or speak German. And let me make it clear to anybody and everybody that cares to know. The lady in question is not in Nigeria, Anambra State, or in Igbo land because of her love for Igbo culture and tradition. She is there because of her love for a man. These are two different things. She's there to chase her dreams, her love dreams. If this woman left her country to come to Nigeria, to say she's coming to Nigeria to explore Igbo culture and then fell in love with it, and then those are two different things. How did we arrive here? That at this time on a Sunday afternoon, we're here talking about someone who is not even competent. I'm married, but I'm married to a Yoruba woman. And I can tell you for free, being an Asaba man, we have a lot of competent people on the line before it even gets to my wife, if really it's about competence. And you cannot tell me that in the entire Anambra state, the woman with the YouTube page or the TikTok channel happens to be the most competent. And then we see some men attack their fellow men about it. We see some Nigerians go on the jugglers or some other Nigerians about it, where they have problems. They have insecurity up in their asses. They have the pains of kidnapping. They're about to be hit with high fraud prices. These people are not even thinking about it. The common sense is not there. And for every grown-up man or woman who thinks this woman should be given an appointment because she is on a TikTok or because she showcases the Igbo culture, then I think you need to have your head examined, actually. Because
What happens to the journalists, all the guys on Najo Wow that keep going to dangerous African locations, that keep going deep into the Amazons to explore cultures, to bring it out to documentaries for you and I to see? Those countries have not even considered those people as ambassadors. Talk more of me and you. It doesn't make any sense that anybody will even phantom it. And you see this generation we have on Twitter, I want to say something. Some people might get offended, but I can tell you for free, the last time we had well-baked graduates out of high school in Nigeria was in 2005. Most of what you have outside 2005 upwards are a disaster, waiting to destroy Nigeria. One person cooks up an ideology or brings up a suggestion. You are not even free to think on your own. You do not have a mind of your own to think. And you just keep insulting every other person with another opinion. And then you do not even read, for once, pause and say, but wait, is the one Yocha more competent than I am? I bet none of these people have asked themselves those questions. Even the gold-digging men that are always following white women up and down, for most of the white women do not even have degrees. I'll tell you for free. The black ladies out there that leave the shores of Anambra, Imo, write their SAT, write their TOEFL exams, go abroad, study with a degree under the harsh weathers, stay there, and then do a master's program, and then come back and do an NYSC, and then go back and do a PhD program. These ladies sacrifice their asses to be people in a society that has denied them everything. I can tell you for free that the one Yocha or whatever has everything she has in that community on a platter. There is no Nigerian lady anywhere that will receive such recognition. So the brain drain is not just about doctors and nurses, as they say. It's all over the country. Senseless youths all over the place. People without minds of their own. People who have sold their cultures for a cup of rice. That's what you have gallivanting. And to imagine that you have men in their 40s, to imagine you have people that say they are politically inclined, supporting such on our social media space, giving credence to bad nonsense. It's appalling. And you should all pinch yourselves once again and ask yourselves, what happened to me? This is the same reason why we are in the mess we are in Nigeria. He's a general. He can fight. He's going to stop all the insecurity. A retired general. Where are we? Same mediocrity.
We're in the gutter, my brother.
So please, everybody should try in their own little way to discourage these notions. It kills me. I go on, this is today, unfortunately, today is my first day on Clubhouse. Today is my first day in Clubhouse. I've always been on Twitter. I attend spaces. I want to talk. Anyway, they don't let me talk. And my wife says, try Clubhouse. That's my Yoruba wife advising me to try Clubhouse. Does that now make her my social media advisor? Or do I now turn over my social media handles to her because she has advised me to go to Clubhouse? Common sense. So concluding, I would want everybody, be you Yoruba, be you Igbo, be you Hausa, ask yourself one question. For everybody that is in support or against, is the woman in question really worth our time over 24 hours? Are we even supposed to be discussing this when we have better things ahead? The people of Anambra have more issues. They have multiple taxation bewildering them, of which they cannot speak. They are one of the most oppressed people in the Southeast, yet they cannot speak. But they have all found their voices overnight over a white woman's issue. I'm sorry for them, but I do not support it. I feel irritated that young Nigerians will sit down to even think about it. And I would want to say that everybody should condemn it in strong terms. We might laugh about it, joke about it, and finally the woman might get the appointment. And it will become a trend. But we must always condemn evil as it presents itself. And this is my humble submission towards the issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Sarah, please go on. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Doctor. I am so proud to go after the gentleman that just spoke before me because it's just so refreshing. And everybody else as well. Thank you. That's given me so much encouragement. I'm not Nigerian. I put myself in many situations where I do see, please forgive me, I'm just going to tell it as it is. I see a lot of Nigerian men and white women tag teams in business, and it makes me feel embarrassed for my brother kind to feel the need to be armed or align himself with, whiteness and mediocre whiteness at that. And, so I work in arts and culture, and it's so common, it's ridiculous. Also in some activism work that I do. And so I was keen to speak after the gentleman who was in Ireland before. I just wanted to remind him and everybody else that, so I'm talking to you from London now. I'm not here for the weather. I'm not here for the beautiful fruit or the, it's history brought me and my family here. And I feel as an East African, if I speak the way I do, ironically, in Sudan, I will be arrested. And so when I speak up, I do some work in Parliament. And so when I see the High Commissioners literally drooling over white women and behaving in ways I'm like, I wonder if he treats his sister or his mother or his neighbor like that back home. It's when I challenge them on it, they come back at me for what do I know? Am I even Nigerian? And I'm light skinned. So I'm like, oh wow, look at that. So you would prefer blonde hair, blue eyes, that is your master, but somebody who kind of would look like someone, if that's your idea of beauty, your children are going to look like me. So sorry if I'm light skinned for you. So you should treat me nicely because I'm someone's sister and someone's daughter. Like, why is that a thing? And I'm really sorry to sort of say this. I mean, we have our own shortcomings in East Africa, but this is very much a West African thing. And Nigeria has become an entry point for arts and culture because all a white woman needs to do is align herself. It's almost like a point of entry. One of the most powerful decision makers in the fashion and art space, talking about fine art, of which Nigeria is fundamental, absolutely fundamental. It's, Africa needs you guys, and you're representing and doing amazing things. She's a white woman, and I'm like, wow, how did she get that job? So I go back to that guy from Ireland who's very careful with his words of saying, are we judging her on what she looks like? No, we're not, talking about the curl pattern in her hair or her her pout or her walk or the way, she chews her food. We're looking at her white skin. And by choosing somebody that doesn't look like the legacy, the future of Nigeria and the future of Africa, you are, it looks like self-loathing. And it looks embarrassing enough because this white woman, and where is she anyway? Like, okay, so this has caused the media storm, like the gentleman before me said. So and that's something else that I see that pisses me off, excuse my language. Like that white women just lean back and let Black women and Black men fight over or disagree or challenge, whatever you want to call it, over, whether it's right, that they should have a say in, anything African. They lean back and they do the white fragility thing. And this happens here in Clubhouse. I'll tell you that. But definitely. I get more challenged. I get challenged for this all the time, and they do the whole like, oh, thank you, oh, it makes me really emotional. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you know, if you found the time to learn the language and the food and wrap your hair and everything like an African woman, then you should have the language. And this woman now, like, if she's social media savvy, she should lean forward and say, thank you for nominating me, but this is a job of a dark-skinned woman who is I want to be led by a leader like that. But she doesn't. She leans back. She's got, you know, lots of attention. I don't know much about this particular story, but it doesn't surprise me much. But when I see it in my everyday work, I wonder how these men feel go home. And, you know, there's that kind of, hey, how was work? And then they say, fine. If they remember that the woman that they tried to shut down or chuck off stage or chuck out of a room or just mumble over and skip over looked like their wife or their mother or not, or whether they can separate this from another, because ultimately this white woman was already, she's been chosen enough by being embraced, as that the Nigerian Irish gentleman said. She's been chosen enough. Don't need to make her no minister or leader of anything. That is gift enough for her to have the privilege of being part of this storytelling. She doesn't need any more. But our Nigerian sisters and the rest of African sisters, we need you guys to support this argument and be as eloquent as you've been, because I thank the gentleman who's spoken today. I just wish and want more words to be chosen with such care over African women, and specifically in this context, Nigerian women, because salute, absolutely salute, is needed, and it's really like, you know, it is embarrassing we have to have this conversation, but if that's what it takes to have it, then let it be so. But this white woman right now, she's probably leaning back, having a nap, having a massage. This is her moment, especially for a social media influencer. This is the, you know, her 15 minutes of fame. There's no more leadership for her. Sarah, I'm done speaking. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. Is Uzo still here? Okay, Uzo isn't. Is Tunde still here? Okay, Tunde isn't. Sugar Belly, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to go now? It looks like you wanted
No,
to speak.
I mean, so I just want to point out that this woman actually doesn't live in Nigeria. Like, she lives in Switzerland, and that's what's so mind-blowing, is that literally, of all the people who are actually like present in Nigeria, like, even if, let's say, somehow no Igbo person is qualified, is there no other Nigerian person who's in Nigeria who's qualified? It's amazing. Like, you really want to give a commissionership to somebody who doesn't even live in Nigeria for the qualification of eating pounded yam. I mean, don't other ethnic groups in Nigeria eat pounded yam? It's actually really I'm sorry. It's actually really sad and embarrassing. And this same Afam Deluxe person, like somebody rightly said, he got married on a plantation to a white woman, and he's the same person who also said that that Igbo women marry one Yoruba wasiu, and then they expect to be allowed to inherit land. Like, he's literally denigrated Igbo women for the fact that Igbo women have married Yoruba men. He's written all sorts of things about how Igbo women shouldn't be allowed to inherit property, but somehow, anyway, and look, at this point, right, if you don't understand like what the serious problems here are, then it's a deliberate attempt just not to understand the situation, because people are being so hypocritical about this thing. People are even insulting Nigerians of other tribes because of this thing. I see Igbo men insulting Igbo women because of this thing. Like, all of the problems, all of the nasty problems that are under the surface are just bubbling to the top because of this thing. And people are still lying to themselves. So,
Okay, all right, thank you. Sunday, I'm trying to bring you up, but it's not working. I don't know why. Maybe you leave the room and come back in, or just give me 1 minute. Let me see. It's not working. I don't know why. Just try and leave the room and come back. If you're trying to speak, just send me a back message, please. Please, just send a back message, please. Please, no comments. I'm begging you.
What if you're driving? How are you supposed to send a back message if you're driving?
All right. Sorry
What's
about
good with y'all?
Evaristas, please go on.
Happy New Year, everyone. I just wanted to, thank some of the speakers who have gone before me. Raquel, Isioma, Sugarbelly, and Sarah. Those were the people that I heard, when I joined the room, or after I joined the room. So this particular topic, right, and the situation is very troubling, because I am here sitting thinking, right, and this is more like to add to some of the points that some of the previous speakers have made. Some of us who went to school in Europe, especially Germany, not far from Switzerland, we speak the language. By virtue of going to school there, I went to high school in Germany, so I speak the language very well. I lived there for 8 years. When I left Germany, I was like 20 years old, right? There was not a time when Germans kind of like, gave me some kind of accolade for speaking their language properly. Because if you go to school in Germany, you speak the one they call the high German, right? So while regular Germans speak the broken one, because the street one, sometimes their grammatics are completely twisted. We don't get credits for speaking all these foreign languages very well. Neither do we get celebrated when we marry their women in their homeland, or their children in their homeland. But the moment a white person marries a Nigerian or an Africans, throw some kind of party, they celebrate. And now when this person knows one or two Igbo words or one or two African languages and stuff, everybody's like, oh my God, look at, right? They share their YouTubes and, social media contents here and there. This so-called Mwanyosha woman, I haven't heard about her, except I think over Christmas, when her video with her family in Nigeria started going around. So now, hearing that she's being considered as a commissioner in Anambra State is I'm here like melting down, right? Being very, very furious and curious. Like, I'm very, very annoyed with the type of leaders we have in Nigeria and Africa. I know that we keep thinking and praying and wishing that one day we will have leaders who will, for once, stand up for Nigerian values, for African values, and go on to protect, the continent on an Afrocentric level. But each time we get failed by these people, this crop of leaders. When Soludo was elected, everyone had high hopes that, for once, it looks like we have a different generation or class of political leadership in Anambra State. We have high hopes. He's going to do a whole lot. He might as well do. But this particular decision to even think of considering a white woman who has no known or no confirmed residence in Nigeria. She has probably traveled to Nigeria a couple of times. I don't think looking at the age of her children, I don't think she's been married to this man for more than 10 years. And because they are resident in Switzerland, I don't think that there has been a time that they have been to Nigeria and lived or stayed for a year. That is not enough to have some kind of cultural intelligence about a people, that you speak one or two languages of a people that you haven't even lived with, doesn't qualify you. And most people here have rightly predicted she is not the type of the best that Switzerland has produced in terms of academic qualification, in terms of scholarships around African culture, Igbo culture, or the Anambra values and all that. But here we are. This woman might as well be commissioner tomorrow. But I tried to visit the link on top here that Dr. Harvey shared to see, look at some of these requirements that someone has to meet before they are even considered, let alone be commissioner in Anambra State. She doesn't seem to have been born in Nigeria anyway. She doesn't seem to, we don't even know if she's a Nigerian citizen, to be honest, right? This whole thing is very, very appalling. I know, yeah, thank you, Onyeka. So, she is not better than Anambra women in Anambra State, who probably have Twitter accounts or social media accounts with similar followership. And by the way, in the spirit of predicting what's likely going to be in a hypothetical manner, majority of her followers are people who are Nigerians based in Nigeria. And that is something that we can really, really think about to understand the behavior or the mindset of these people, right? We are, people in Nigeria, because I'm not. There is this fetishization of whiteness and white supremacy. There's this like ridiculous judicious or religious worship of whiteness in Africa. And that is what is manifesting here, right? Because I know that there are other African people who have YouTubes here and there that promote even speaking few words of Igbo, of Yoruba or Hausa. They are everywhere. No one is sharing their contents. Not Nigerians in Nigeria. They don't share that because guess what? It doesn't resonate with them, right? But here we have this unknown white woman, and I can beat my chest. This is the least. This is the worst. The only thing she has going on for her right now is that she has probably a hardworking Nigerian man that's giving her good sex every night, and she's super proud of the kids that they have produced. She's probably a full-time mom at home with this little Nigerian patronization of her social media business. Now she is bringing some kind of income and very relevant in her home. But in terms of the who is who in Switzerland or whatever city that they live in, she's probably a nobody. So how did we get here? How did we get here? Our leaders are like ridiculous people. I know that she hasn't been appointed yet. I know that but just the thought that she might as well be considered to be a commissioner in Anambra State is really, because this is someone's idea. Someone probably nominated her. Someone probably considered, because of maybe their proximity to the governor or governor-elect of Anambra State, they could finagle their way into getting this woman on this commissioner seat. It's like every well-meaning Nigerian should stand up and reject this nonsense, because this could happen in Ibadan, or in your state. This could happen anywhere, right? This could happen anywhere in Nigeria, not just Anambra State. And we have qualified people, more qualified people who have more cultural intelligence than this woman, right? It's I don't know. I've been sitting here waiting for my turn, thinking about what I need to say and how I'm going to say it without being aggressive. But I have to be aggressive, and we have to be aggressive in protecting this continent of ours from these intruders. Neocolonialism is a thing, and people in Africa are not yet decolonized. They are not yet decolonized. They don't even know the trauma, the problems that colonization has put them in, and all of us, right? A lot of them are blind to see the struggles of Africans outside of the continent. They think that if you leave the continent, you come here, white people give you everything, you succeed. Oh my God, white people are so friendly, they are so hospitable. They see how they're helping you, see how everybody's making it overseas. Because if it's hard over there, let them come back. They should know to come back, except they don't know the struggles and the value that exchange rate plays. Because I don't really think that, white people are handing us dollars every day just by sitting around, just by being blacks in a predominantly white cities or communities. I don't know where we need to start, but if I were to suggest some of the solutions that we need to look at, Isioma mentioned the education, the quality of education these people are having. And how the last people that had the best so far is the class of 2005. Our education system is collapsing, and we have to figure out how to inculcate either Afrocentricity or Pan-Africanism in the hearts of these people in our curricula. We need to decolonize the continent. We need to stand up together and stand up in resistance to all these neo-colonial sentiments. This woman is colonizing this man, this husband of hers, and he's thinking that he's privileged for eating a white pussy every night and stuff. But he's not. He's just a slave to this woman, because any day he stops satisfying her sexual desires, she's gonna leave him outside of the door in the middle of snow, in the middle of winter. It's gonna happen. I lived in Europe. I know how those women, those Prussian or German, people of German descent. I know how they act. This woman is gonna abandon this man in the next couple of years for one or no reason at all. It's gonna happen. Now, make her commissioner today, and she's gonna pillage some of the loots, and she's gonna put it in Swiss bank, where most of our national commonwealth, have been collecting dust and creating values for the Swiss people. I don't know, man. Switzerland is one of the countries that don't let Africans get asylum whatsoever. Very strict. And when they give you asylum, you don't even have the permit to work or live freely. They give you in some kind of container. I don't know. I've gone there one time to visit some people. They are literally container, the type you see on a truck. That type of container is what they put some installations and stuff and put Africans in it. Those ones that they have granted some kind of asylum. Switzerland. But here we are. A Swiss woman is about to, continue the loot and enjoyment of our commonwealth. Nigerians are enabling this neo-colonial, projects on daily basis, and we really have to stand up. Some of us that have a voice. Dr. Harvey has a very huge platform. I'm sure that he's been engaging with some of these people. I'm not really a social media person. Clubhouse is my first. And I try to keep it in rooms like this and sort of speak on my own and head out. The Twitter wars and stuff, I don't do all those things. But if you can engage, please stand up and say no to neocolonialism, because this is what it's coming to. One by one, we start introducing all this whiteness in our already destroyed communities by white people. And before we know it, we are completely gone as a people. We don't have anything to stand on or to live on. Anyway, I want to yield the mic for now, but I want to thank most people who have already, expressed some of my thoughts. I'm more like trying to, add my voice to this, and we should say no to this particular thing. I hope it's more like a Twitter thought and not reality, because this might as well make it to Soludo's table, and before you know it, all this whole thing becomes something that will stare us in the face, and it's not going to be nice. It's going to be very nasty. I yield the mic. Thanks, Hab.
All right, thank you. So I skipped Sunday and Sayara before. I'll need to quickly go through them. And I'm going to time people to 4 minutes because there's quite a lot of people trying to speak so that we can get to hear as many comments as possible. So Tunde, please go on. Tunde, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go on.
I've never heard of this lady before, to be honest. I think I'll probably be the only one on this planet that I've never seen a YouTube page or heard anything about her. But I'm just going with the context of the room, that can she be given this role? One part of me is saying yes, and another part of me is saying no, after listening to various submissions, brilliant submissions from all sides. But I'm of the school of thought that if she's got the right qualifications and she's going to add value, I don't know what she does. I think they say she cooks and speaks a little bit of Igbo on YouTube. And if she goes through the normal interview process and the governor, which is deemed it fit that she's qualified for that role, fair enough. Because I've listened to those who live in America and I've heard some little bit of the ADOS talking point here. Because when the ADOS are saying, "Oh, we Africans, we come to their country," as they call it, to take their jobs and everything, we always push back that the opportunities are there for everyone. It's you guys that are not actually picking up these opportunities. Because I do go to ADOS platforms, and most of the sentiments they share are also being shared in this room. So that leaves me confused, because I know how I go into their room, and I do hear Sugar Belly when she makes her thought quite clear about how sometimes we call them lazy. We call them that, you know what, they are just sitting down on their hands, they are not doing anything. So that got me confused that, you know what, now, if we go to Europe, America, we explore, we call it, we apply for interviews, we are the best candidate for that role, and they give us these jobs, and the ADOS are complaining, we push back. And on this case, only if, because I don't know anything about that lady, so excuse my ignorance on that. But if the governor of the state deem it fit that, you know what, this lady is going to add value to the administration of Anambra, and he wants to fulfill certain role, then I don't see any issue, to be honest. But listening to other submissions as well made me to say, you know what, is that the right thing to do in Africa as in 2022? Obviously not. We shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't even be promoting that. Because if it happens, things like this will probably happen in Lagos, to be honest. I see someone waking up one day and saying, you know what, they want to employ a Chinese or anything, you know, and Lagos people will probably flow with it, you know. But I just feel this should not be allowed. That's my conclusion. But part of me says, you know what, if we push back on these ADOS that are saying this or stuff, do we have a leg? Okay, if we now say, okay, this white lady, she's not white, she's from, okay, let's use this. Charlie Boy married an American. She's black. I think she's been living in Nigeria for close to more than 30 years. Will she be qualified as an American? Black though, not white. I don't know. I don't have the answer, because I know Charlie Boy has got an American wife, and he's Igbo. And by now, the lady should have got a Nigerian citizenship for the years of stay in Nigeria. So can she promote the culture? You know, because I'm just trying to say, at what point do we stop? Are we questioning the whiteness of this lady, or are we just saying she's not qualified? Because I don't know anything about the qualification of this particular lady. And when I saw Evaristo's submission as well, I think we shouldn't even go there, because Evaristos is saying the lady is going to run away, loot our money, and push the man. A black lady will probably do the same. We all live in the Western world. They are operating on the same law. So I don't think we should even go to that extent. I think we are now far-reaching. We start going to that level that, you know what, she's going to come to Anambra, loot our money, and she's going to push the lady. The man is a slave, and all those kind of comments about just shared now. I think we are pushing it too far now. We don't know anything about this lady personal life. We don't know her. I don't even know her qualification, apart from what they said she posts on YouTube. Whatever she can do, a black lady can also do that in terms of divorce or locking the husband outside as well. We've seen all videos, so that's a personal stuff. So so I will land my place with this now. I'm confused. On one hand, the one part of me is saying if that's the best candidate for the job, so be it. But on another part of me is saying, you know what, we should not allow this in Africa. I mean, no, that should not even fly in Africa. But if the ADOS guys are talking, I tend to push back to that and say, you know, what are you guys on about? You know, so I'm putting these questions out there. Will Charlie Ball's wife be competent, good enough in this instance if we remove the whiteness of this lady? That's what's getting me torn. I don't have the answer, but I just will. I'll use my mic for now. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Sayara. Please go on.
Yeah, I think that would be my last submission, right? Guys, I'm glad that Harvey, I'm glad you put that link up for everybody to just focus on what is focusable. I mean, we have just, it was just a proposition from somebody, the AFAM guy, that, he just proposes. No, like he's not the governor himself, he's nobody, he's just, a citizen that is proposing something, and on a platform that is, non-formal, right? So before we even look at somebody's skin color, I think we should all just focus on what is important. As we said, qualifications. I'm also very displeased with the speech of Evaristus because we went very far. Assuming that because a lot of Black men, African men, have dated and married white women, whom belongs to the low class, we assume that every other white woman belongs to the low class of their country. We don't know anything about this woman, so let's just be impartial. Let's just be unbiased. She can be maybe working for the World Health Organizations. You guys don't know, or she can be just a stay-at-home one. The guys are spreading, but in lack of better proof, let's assume she's just somebody that did not even commend it or ask for all this attention that she's drawing. She did not ask for all of this. I heard some people say that she's completing in the attention that is dragging around her. Hey, we don't know. I think we have to do better research. Who is she? I went on some websites where she was giving an interview. Let me check that again. And never did she want to divulge her real identity on no website, on no platform ever. So because I've been close to people working for governments, especially African people working for governments abroad, I know that they too like to stay low key. I don't know if that's the case for her. Again, we are all doing assumption here. We are all making assumptions, but she doesn't want to reveal. And in an interview, she said that she likes it like that because her peers will not know, what she's doing online because she's keeping this Igbo identity, right? This Igbo name. I don't know the reason why she doesn't want to reveal the identity. That's it regards her. it really concerned her. Yeah, guys, just be fair, let's not, push the hatred speech. We don't know anything. We are just talking round and round and round without no proof, and it seems like we like it like that. I think it's a waste of time. Yeah, let's just find more about this woman. But I don't even think that that's an activity we want to put ourselves in, because hey, she did not demand for that. So why researching for somebody that did not even want the job in the first place? So yeah, skin color should be the last thing that we should regard. First of all, qualification. We don't know if she's a PhD holder. Please stop assuming that every white woman that mingle with black men or low class. Please, can we just put it, in the past? We don't know. Our men are doing better, and our women are, looking for better nowadays, because them too are excellent in every field that they put themselves in. So yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Dr. Adedapo. Please go on.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Avi. And thank you for the discussion as well. So for me, right, I think that we need to really realize how this is all connected to racism. So why do I say racism, right? So we always think that racism requires, the physical presence of racists, or it requires, physical interactions between black and white people. But even sociologists are now beginning to realize that actually you can have societies and countries where, it's probably predominantly black, especially, and you will still have race consciousness and the display of racist behaviors in those settings, in those enclaves, especially African societies. Because these societies were once colonized, and in the course of being colonized, they internalized a lot of racial stereotypes. The internalization of these racial stereotypes has actually then caused, the racialization of their consciousness, and then also the way they kind of, react, or even the way they appreciate black and white people, whether as visitors or people who live within their society. And also the way they manifest colonial mentality. Now, colonialism created, the binary of superior and inferior cultures, and also in terms of mannerisms and physical appearance. So when the colonizers were here in Nigeria or in other, colonies across Africa, they ensured that, there was stratification that was based on a segregationist logic of white racist Europeans. So places like Ikoyi in Nigeria, Dakaville in Senegal, all these places became exclusive spaces for white people, right? And it will also explain why some of these places were basically named after, Europeans, like streets and all that, Bodilon, Osborne, all these places. We go to Dakar in Senegal, even other French colonies, literally the same thing. And by virtue of that, there was a segregation based on race. But we kind of really we gloss over that because we think that, well, white people departed and we only had, it was only black people now occupying these places. But they left a legacy, they left relics. And these relics are now being carried on by black elites. So from a political standpoint, for instance, the black elites who began to occupy political positions actually began to aspire to be like the white colonizers. Not even just in terms of the policies they were making, but the way they were also relating with their citizens. And it will explain why till date, we still have black elites, especially politicians, who are basically doing the same thing that white colonizers did in terms of exploitation and all sorts, including the policies they make, right? And then we see that even those who are not in politics kind of still display this classist behavior, but they are not actually classist behaviors, they are racist behaviors. Because the black elite desire proximity to whiteness. He wants to speak like the white person or the Westerner. He wants to dress like the Westerner. He wants to eat like the Westerner. He even wants to live in spaces that the colonizers lived in. Ikoyi, Island, Dakaville, all these places, right? Because of the proximity to whiteness and westernization, right? And it's the same thing that, you kind of see manifesting in the ways that we have this instinctive psychological deference to whiteness. So once a white visitor comes into the land, right, we there's a different way in which we approach that white person compared to the way we approach our own Black person. So we contrast that deference to whiteness with open and social discrimination against our own fellow Black people, even in spaces where you only have Black people. So the point is that when we look at these situations and we think it's just, maybe there's classism there, or it's just a situation of people, trying to be funny or whatever. No, you are seeing racism, actually. And the people that are, for instance, arguing for the enthronement of white people or the appointment of white people as commissioners or whatever are the agents and carriers of white supremacy. So white people don't even have to be in these spaces anymore. They've already done their job during colonialism. So they've left it to the Black elites to carry on the process and the legacy of colonialism and racism. And this is what is at play here. Now, why is it at play? Because a Black person or a Nigerian, no matter how competent you are, you cannot just waltz into any European country or white country and say you want to pick up an appointment. Like, who born you? Who the hell are you? Like, nobody cares if you speak English very well. Nobody cares if you can eat fish and chips. Nobody cares if you dress to the nines wearing the most westernized clothing. Like, nobody will give a hoot about you until you prove yourself for decades. That is the only way you can even sniff any political or any type of position in any setting. But all a white person has to do is just exist and perhaps have some form of association with a Black person, especially a Black man. And I'm coming there. So we kind of then see a situation where once, this white person comes into Nigeria, you can pick up contracts easily. You can easily be treated like a king or a queen. But then the people that are treating you like royalty are actually discriminating against their own people in the course of treating you like that. That is racism. And then we think about this whole thing some people have been spouting here with regards to, let us look at the skin color. Let's embrace progressiveness and an open society. But how can you say you want to even embrace openness and construct a progressive society when you've not dealt with the internal asymmetries that exist within your own system? So we have a situation where Nigerian men can pass their citizenship to other women who are foreigners. But you cannot say the same thing about Nigerian women. Like, Nigerian women, no matter who they marry, cannot pass the citizenship to foreigners. Now, that is a symmetry there with regards to the rights and privileges that are attached to Nigerian citizenship. So if a Nigerian man can easily give citizenship to a woman, and then the woman can access rights and privileges attached to that citizenship, but a Nigerian woman cannot do the same, how can you even be talking about progressiveness when you've not dealt with that? Right? And you cannot look at your local political settings and you see a lot of competent women basically struggling to even be recognized, right? My wife is from Anambra, and I know the tales she has told me about her mother, who is, a very competent, highly cerebral, intellectual woman. But she has struggled to even be recognized in certain political spaces, despite the fact that she's way above so many men. But because she's a woman, nobody will give her that recognition. But a white woman can just come in and pick up an appointment just because she's married to an Igbo man. And somehow people are here arguing that is an okay thing. Oh, well, she's Igbo or whatever, or she's a citizen now, so it's okay. No, it's not. Because you've not respected and accorded your own women the same rights and privilege. So why will you be thinking about doing that for a foreigner, especially knowing the fact that if roles were reversed, you won't access the same rights and privilege in her own country as a Black person, right? So you've not dealt with your own internal issues, but somehow you are thinking you're already progressing. You're not even close to it, right? It's to explain why, even when you look at the big political parties, the Nigerian women who are competent are even trying and who are trying to ensure political representation of women in their society are reduced to positions like the leader of PDP women, the national leader of APC women. Like they won't stay positions like the chairman of the political party or chairman of the board of trustees. But yeah, we have so many competent women around, right? But again, because they are Nigerian and they are Black, we don't have to recognize or even appreciate them. But once they are white and even incompetent, or even if they are competent, they don't even really have to be competent enough. They just have to be white. Then it will be okay. I like with this point. Now imagine a situation where this thing where your child was, say, a Ugandan woman, Black Ugandan woman. Do you really think anybody would give a hoot? I'm very sure that the Igbo men who are basically defending this nonsense on Twitter will not even care. Right? I'm even going too far. If she was a Yoruba woman, I mean, come on. We all know the internalized rivalry between those two groups. So that is enough for everybody to even demonize that concept or idea of trying to appoint a Yoruba woman in Anambra State as a commissioner. Like, Soludo will be kicked out the next day. But she's white. And that is what makes the difference. But she's white, and that is what makes it okay. She is white, and that is what makes it palatable. So again, Nigerians do not have to live in spaces where you have Black and white people interacting, right? Nigerians can actually live in Nigeria and still be racist to each other. Reason being that they have internalized racial stereotypes. Their consciousness is already racialized. And by virtue of that, they are demonstrating their colonial mentality. It's just unfortunately the pathology of colonized people. Frantz Fanon actually wrote a book called The Wretched of the Earth, and he beautifully captured this whole point in that book. I'll implore people to read it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adedapo. Oma-san, are you still here? Okay, Oma-san isn't. Oni, I hope I'm calling your name right. O-N-Y, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, please go on. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of interesting points today. I'm just cleaning the house. I've just been listening by. But it just surprises me how seriously we're taking this. I mean, this is a joke. I mean, come on, let's be serious. Do we really think this isn't even serious? I think someone earlier said that this is just on Twitter, so I don't know why we're taking it as serious as we are. Really, what I've seen is that we're just using this as a way to just talk about what we already want to talk about. You know, this isn't anything serious. Are we really saying that a white woman can actually be put in and run it? I don't think it's serious at all. I think that this is just entertainment, and we should stop acting like it's serious, and we should stop making, a divide where there is none. I mean, when we're talking about Igbo men and white women, or African men and white women, that's such a small percentage that it's not more than 95% of African men, especially Igbo men, end up with the people they're supposed to end up with. So I don't even understand why we're talking about it this way. So we can't. This is what I see. This is just sensationalism. It's just entertainment. And we're talking about it as if these people are running seriously. And the actual policies and the actual people who are running, we don't even know their name. But we know the name of this random white lady who married this random Nigerian man, which is just an idiosyncrasy. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I just find it entertaining. The only reason why I'm speaking is just for anyone who's taking this too seriously, for any woman who's taking this to heart, thinking that Igbo men or African men are going to white women for leadership or whatever and replacing you guys. That's just a joke. It's one big joke. It's just sensationalism. It's just Twitter. What happens on Twitter stays on Twitter. I mean, if you look at the numbers, if you look at real life, this doesn't actually exist. But we're sitting here talking about it as if it exists. when it doesn't. We should be looking at policy and the actual people who are running if we were serious. But I don't mind being entertained. I mean, it's a Sunday morning. I love being entertained, but we can't be acting like this is something that's serious and this is something that's destroying the country when there's a lot of other things that are hurting the country. Not one person marrying white woman, one white woman who happens to be popular. And the only reason why she's popular is because it's a novelty. Let's be honest. It's a novelty to see a white person speaking an African language. That's the only reason why she's popular. Other than that, there's no big deal about it.
All right, thank you, Ani. Omasan, are you here now?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Yeah,
yes.
Please go on.
Okay, first things first, we just have to correct some misconceptions. First of all, the lady did not say she wanted a position or that she was interested in any position. It was AFAM, it looks that suggested that they should make her a minister or commissioner or something. She never said that she had any interest, and I don't think she's responded to anyone about that. So I think there's no need to give her 3 bullets over something she did not want or particularly ask for, which is, I think, let's be fair on that one. The thing I was a bit worrying is, okay, you want to hire her as a commissioner or something. What are her qualifications? I think that's the question. Everyone's talking about race or that kind of thing. What does she bring to the table? Does she bring investment? Does she do something? And what is the role? Why does Anambra State have a Ministry of Tourism? Does it do anything? Is it useful for anything? So that's the question you should be asking. Is why is there a Ministry of Education? If she wants to apply, what are her qualifications? If she doesn't have any qualifications, why are we talking about it? This kind of way. That's why I said we spend an hour going around in circles, but it led to crux of matters. Okay, she's technically Nigerian. She doesn't live there. Is she even a Nigerian citizen? Let's be honest. Those are questions we have to ask, because if you do it logically, there's no need to talking about race or Igbo men or Igbo women or anything. It is, can she do the job? Is she qualified? And why should she be hired above any other person? I think that's the first thing. She hasn't, to be fair to her, she hasn't said anything about it. But, or want to be position or anything, but that would be the way to go about it. All this other guy, she's white, she's black, everyone. If he's a green man from Mars that can, is the best qualified for the job, let them have it. But we do have to ask questions. We just can't be putting everybody with no one. No one knows her qualifications. Does anyone know her identity? Yeah, that's a serious question. And also on the part of Switzerland, do you know how hard it is for people to get Swiss passports, or black people or visas? So we should be kind of that also that principle. Because if, for example, if I decide to move to Geneva or Zurich and live there, it'll probably take me 30 years to get a passport. I have to check you're not eating Nigerian food. The process of doing that is very, very intrusive. So invest in Nigeria. We have to take the reverse. Like, is she qualified? If not, why are we having this conversation?
All right, thank you. T Abu, are you here? So Martina, T Abu.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of people just worrying about the wrong things, and that's Nigerians worry about the wrong things. Instead of worrying about qualification of a person, you're worrying about the color of their skin and all sorts. That's why we have the current president that we have right now, and that's why we are probably going to have the next horrible president that we're going to have, because you guys worry too much about ethnicity, color of the skin, the language somebody speaks, rather than the if they can actually do the job. I think you have to ask yourself a question. Let's look at this guy in the north who was schooled in Nigeria. His dad is from Lebanon, schooled in Nigeria, speaks Hausa, imbibed the culture and all of that, with the guy they call white Nigerian. So if that guy was to run for a political post, would that be okay? This guy, I don't know if he was born in Nigeria, but definitely, he has shown that he definitely imbibes the Nigerian culture. So are we saying for somebody like that, because, well, you would not, Nigerians are black people, we have dark skin, so because you have a white skin, you can run for any position or be selected for any position, would that be okay? It's, to me, the focus at every level should be who can do the job. That's where Nigeria is right now. No, which color the skin is it? And if you look at it, that's why we are right where we are at this moment. You have to go by first. Is this woman qualified by the Nigerian Constitution to run for this office or to be selected for this office? If you guys feel like, oh, the selection process based on the Constitution is too easy, why don't you try to change it? Why don't you try to make laws to ensure that people that are coming from outside the country trying to assimilate into the Nigerian culture have to go through a certain kind of process before they can start dabbling into Nigerian politics? For example, in the US, after you become a citizen, you still have to wait, I think, about 7 years before you can even run for the House of Rep, and you have to wait, I think, 9 years before you can run for the Senate. So that means they're giving you enough time to assimilate into the US culture, into the US institutions and laws before you can say, oh, you want to run for office. So if Nigeria doesn't have that kind of thing, how about somebody bring it up? It's okay if people want to come in and they appreciate us. They truly appreciate us. They want to be, they want to be Nigerians, or they want to, have things to do with Nigeria. But hey, you have to have lived in this country for 10 years. Before you can even say you want to pick up a political post. How about a law like that? And another thing, is it because this lady is white? What about if this was an African American, with dark skin? Would that be okay for them to come in and say, oh yeah, I'm actually dark skin? I did ancestry.com and it showed that my great paternal grandfather was from Nigeria. So does that make it okay? Also, Ghana did the year of return where African Americans could come back and kind of like juiced up the economy a little bit and all of that. So if we were to do something like that in Nigeria as well, so are we saying those people do not qualify to run for office? Or it should, at the end of the day, it shouldn't be about the color. It should be about the Constitution. Then if this person is constitutionally acceptable for this position, do they qualify for that position? Because what people here are showing is the discriminatory attitude that the people in the East are showing to people in the Southwest. The same thing. It's just the only difference now is this is a white woman. You guys are using one discriminatory act to judge another discriminatory act. You're saying that, oh, they cannot, allow a Yoruba person to come and do this, so they shouldn't allow a white person to come and do this. This really just what you're doing. Two wrongs do not make it right. That's the fact. The fact that I, as a Yoruba person, cannot go into the middle of Aba now and say I want to buy a land, and people buy land from there. Tell me where you're from. Does not mean it's right. Does not mean you should use that to judge that, oh, because we can't allow this person, because these people don't allow this person to do this, so we cannot allow this person to do it as well. We need to think better. We need to want to do better for our country to be better. We need to stop the popularity contest. And the only reason why they're actually, our name came up because she's popular, and that's because that's how we choose our politicians. That's how we choose the people who represent us, the popular candidate, not the best candidate. So instead of us sitting here talking about, oh, is she white? No, we should be talking about, is this person qualified based on Constitution, and is this person qualified based on the portfolio that they have and what's needed for this appointment. So we need to do better in terms of how we treat our fellow human being, and maybe we can start from Nigeria, how we treat people from the north, how we everybody from the north is Boko Haram, everybody, when a lot of them are actually victims of these people, but when we see them, we already labeled them. So when they come to your area, you label them. You don't want to see them. You don't want to talk to them. And now it's the white person, and you are now using that. Oh, because we don't want those people. We don't want you to. We need to do better. And the fact that people brought good points about women being marginalized, and Southeastern women being marginalized, or women in general in Nigeria being marginalized. Does this mean this is the answer to it? That because we are rejecting a woman who's white means that women in Nigeria are not going to be marginalized again?
Does that answer the question? There can be facts. Yeah, women have been marginalized, and we have to do something about it. Definitely. But that does not stop us from using that as a reason to say, oh, sorry, because we are doing this for this person, we have to treat you the same way. To me, it's discriminatory. That's just how that's how I see it. If people should come and truly assimilate into our culture and love our culture, and they want to be a part of our government, our people, and we shouldn't send them away. The world is going towards a globalized citizen where people can go around and do different things that as they like, as long as this person is not doing bad things, as long as they're not, even if they're doing bad things, the people, our own people that we put there, what are they doing? Are they even doing anything for us? So I'm not using it as an excuse, but we should look at what they have to offer, what people have to offer, not the color of their skin. Don't use don't use what people have done or what somebody's great grandfather has done in the past to judge what this person is going to do right now. We need to look at each person as an individual. Then when we're going to select political posts, stop using popularity contests. Vote the person that can do the job. And at the end of the day, yeah, people like Chimamanda might be able to do the job better, but can this person also do the job? If Chimamanda says she doesn't want it, for whatever reason, can this person do the job? Then that's fine. Because at every job, even at your own job, there's definitely somebody that's better than you that can do the job. But you also doing the job okay. So we don't have to say, oh yeah, we know there are better people. But okay, if they're not interested, fine. Can this person also do it? Fine. That's just that's my submission. Just let's stop the discrimination.
All right, thank you. Onyeka, please go on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. The last person, you have said so many things that I want to highlight on, but I wish to re-emphasize what somebody had said. I think it was T. He made it very clear to everybody that this is not a serious conversation. This is a random dude that is a fan of Nwanyosha expressing his opinion. Oh, since it is the time of appointment, people are going to meet Soludo to lobby for appointments as a commissioner and this. The guy said, okay, that Nwanyosha is this, that she will do well as a commissioner for tourism. Well, this is his own opinion. Like it or not, he has a right to express it. Now, if we want to talk about it in a conversation, we must understand that it is an academic exercise. Nwanyosha has not applied for. Soludo has even made it clear how he is going to appoint or select. He said, send in your CVs. There will be an interview. There will be a written exam. This is what the governor-elect has said. Nobody is appointing anybody anything. And we're discussing it as if this is something real, introducing our biases. Our biases. The truth of the matter is that we must open up our societies. I am not only talking about the Southeast. I am talking about the Northwest. I am talking about the Southwest. I am talking about the North Central. We are too closed. Our criteria for doing things are always mundane. And like the last person said, that is exactly what we are seeing. I have been attacked on this clubhouse for suggesting that Igbo people in Lagos should do ABC. Meanwhile, the person attacking me is not even from Lagos. Then another Yoruba from Lagos now said to him, you that is even talking, you are not from Lagos. Oya, leave our Lagos for us. Of course, the guy was obviously joking, because as far as I am concerned, the people of Lagos are fantastic. They are open. they are accommodating, they are welcoming. And that is part of why Lagos is the most successful part of this country. Take it or leave it. You can argue it from now till tell me how they were former capital of Nigeria, things were built, blah, 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 blah. The truth of the matter still remains that the people of Lagos are welcoming and accommodating. So you have the best of the best here. And capital would always move to open societies. So even if you don't like Nwanyosha because she is a white woman, you have to accept that openness of a society is what will drive the changes that we need. You cannot pick and choose. I gave an example of how Abia State sacked all the non-indigens. That is what we are seeing. And if you think you can do it for the whites and not do it for Igbo people or Nigerians, you're deceiving yourself, because that thing does not have direction. It can go anywhere. It can affect anybody. So the ultimate thing, the best thing to do is to move towards an open society where people are more tolerant, people are more accommodating. Things like ethnicity, tribe, and religion are not the primary reasons or factors that drives appointments. Again, the governor-elect, he speaks almost weekly, and he has told us what he will do. So this is purely an academic exercise. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Naimeka, please go on. Is Naimeka still here? Okay, if Naimeka isn't there, Ijele, I hope I'm calling.
Hi guys.
Ijele, please.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Oh, Naimeka, you're there.
Yeah.
Go on.
So I'm trying so hard not to. I listen, guys. I'm trying very hard to be very nice. I mean, all I have to say is, listen, there are over 200 people in this room, and I need people to listen to the people we call leaders of tomorrow. I mean, I can't believe that, God, I can't believe that I can actually boil while listening to people's take. Some of them will try to, you listen to them, try to go around the bush and try to pander to two sides of the conversation. But then you know exactly where they stand. Guys, if you don't understand, or if you don't see that this is a pathway to neocolonialism, like bro, listen, they tried to do this Twitter thing just to try to use Nigerian youth to be supportive of this idea. The answer is a huge no. We cannot accept it. There's so many reasons why we have to listen. We have to pander to our being African. Please don't come on stage to try to be nice. We know where you're going to. Like, from when you begin to speak, this pseudo-intellectualism can no longer stand. It's that simple. Guys, please, it's a no. They try to see if the people of Anambra or Igbo people will accept the whole thing, to see how they're just trying to measure the acceptance. The answer is a huge no. The youths, the adults, the old people, it's a fucking no. Like, come on. Like, and if this is how we think, if this is how people actually think, and people from Clubhouse carry this mentality, and let's say they want to be politicians, bro, we have a very big problem in Nigeria. We have a huge problem. Please, if you can't yourself as to know how this is detrimental to even the political space, Nigeria's future, our engagement with the international community, our self-respect as Igbo people, the culture and everything. If I ask everybody on stage, you're talking about acceptance. If I ask everybody on stage supporting this absolute bullshit, mention one thing this person has even achieved. Mention. So if you go to China, just because you're Nigerian, they throw a post and give it to you. Okay, the Commissioner of Culture and Tourism, you're supposed to be promoting Igbo culture to the outside world. We're talking about a Swiss woman. On how many occasions has she been able to engage between the Igbo culture? On how many occasions has she been able to transport the Igbo culture from Nigeria to Switzerland, where she is? On how many occasions? You're doing all the culture thing on social media among Igbos. Come on, we understand our culture. It's not a new thing for people to learn other people's culture, their languages, teach them to their kids. But then, you're Swiss. On how many occasions have you come out on social media to promote the Igbo culture to the Swiss government? Let's even start from there. We're talking about culture and tourism. How many books have you written and published in Switzerland? How many things have you done in Switzerland? This racial sentiments, this racial sentimentality. The thing is, a lot of us are not even conscious of the fact that we are exhibiting this character. We don't even understand. We're not conscious. Please sit back and think. Come online to behave so, God, it sounds so stupid. Thank you.
Disagree.
All right.
Thank you so much. I agree with you.
Thank you.
She's speaking in
right.
British English, talking about colonization.
Exactly. Can you guys stop that, please?
But let's keep in mind why she probably ended up in Britain. Like, if our country was so great, it wasn't like that.
Can you please stop that, please? Okay. I know you guys are not used to some kind of civility, but let's at least try. Right. Is Ijele still here? Okay, he isn't. Is Victoria here? Okay, Victoria isn't. Onyoma, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, please go. Please send me a back message if you want to speak. I've said that repeatedly. Please just send a back message and I'll send you the current queue. Thank you. Onyoma, please go on.
Yeah, lucky me. Onyeka and the two speakers before him actually echoed most of what I was going to, what I planned to talk about. This discussion has been raging on since yesterday. And just before you called me, I had a quick glance again at the title of this room. And it doesn't include any person. It doesn't include any particular person. It just says, should a white married woman be commissioner in Anambra State? This whole thing kicked off yesterday when somebody decided to make a mountain out of a molehill. Molehill here being an express opinion about whatever. And then, since yesterday till now, a poor woman with her family have been dragged up and down. I've been waiting to see somebody come up with any information of this lady lobbying to be commissioner or whatever, or lobbying for any government role at all in any state in Nigeria. None. I've been waiting to see any document or information from the Anambra state government saying anything about a proposed or a plan to appoint her to any ministry or to work as part of the government. None. The only thing I have seen is where the governor clearly stated his criteria for appointment in his government. But we have seen people come here to talk about this woman, her kids, what she eats,
what she doesn't eat, even to her sexual preference and whatever. This is what we are doing here in this room. And I just think it is really, really, really very unfair. In all this discussion, I have actually not heard, personally, again, I have not heard any one person that has suggested that it is all right to appoint someone from a different country, from a different culture, as a commissioner in Anambra State or any state based on YouTube videos. No one has said that is all right. But we keep on going. We keep on digging. We keep on putting this woman on a pedestal and just basically castigate her and her family. She is not the only person making YouTube videos. There's a Korean lady that does Nollywood impressions. I have seen another one too that does some Edo comedian. She dresses up like an Edo woman and she mimics what the woman is saying. She is quite popular too. There's another one too that does Afrobeats. She just sings pidgin English to Afrobeat records. They are quite popular. Has anyone? When are we going to bring them here and maybe accuse them of something that whatever tickles our fancy? People need to tone down how they basically exploit other people for whatever agenda, whatever narrative that they are looking to push. It's not fair. It's not right. This woman has not done anything to anybody here. I yield. There's nothing to talk about here. I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So moving on, Flora Ment still
Hi, I am here.
Yeah, please go.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on stage. Some of the things I've heard on the stage have been very, very embarrassing as a Nigerian. Equally, some people I've really respected what they've had to say, but to hear people try to equate whiteness to African Americans is very, very weird to me. And it shows me that people are still mentally colonialized if they don't understand the violence of whiteness and what white people have done and are continuing to do to the continent and especially to Nigeria. I mean, there are many Nigerians here in the UK who are making YouTube videos. Not one white person has suggested they should become a commissioner just because they're on YouTube. It's very weird to me. The fact that somebody even made this suggestion is very embarrassing, like as a country that we're taking people on who we don't even know what the qualifications are. This woman does not even live in Nigeria. We don't know if she even spent 3 days in Nigeria. But because she makes YouTube videos, she can be a commissioner. It's very, very embarrassing. And we need to understand that one of the ways that white people maintain their supremacy is through gatekeeping. They don't allow everyone and anyone to just come into and run their business and become their commissioners. They even created the one drop rule in the USA that if you had one drop of anything else, you are not white. It takes a lot to even be considered a white person. But for us, as soon as they put on a cultural dress, they start to put a name that's our names. We suddenly want to accept them and make them have higher positions than the average Nigerian person. It's really, really embarrassing. And I'm going to put this on the men because the men are the ones who are doing this and the men are our leaders. And they're the ones who put us again in this situation. There's so much to unpack here. If you look at my PTR, I have an image of Othello, which is written by Shakespeare back in 1603. And this story to me is just a microcosm of what's going on and the mentality that a lot of Black men have. Othello had to prove himself before he could even marry this white woman. They outright told him as a family, "We don't want you. You're not white. We don't want you." So he had to show he had military medals. He had to prove himself, and finally they accepted him because he had a level of he had a level of power and he had some wealth. So they accepted that he could marry their daughter. In the end of the story, he was easily manipulated by a white man. He lost everything. He lost his wife and he ended up killing her. And I see this happening over and over again. I mean, when are we going to wake up? Not just as Nigerian people, but as Black people. How many times are we going to be bamboozled? I mean, we're allowing the Chinese right now to do whatever they want in Nigeria. There's no gatekeeping. You allow anyone to come in just because they pretend that they are on your side At the end of the day, her alliances are always going to be with whatever country she's from. She's not a Nigerian and she has no allegiance to the country. This goes very, very deep. For people to suggest that this is okay, we have to see it be equal. A lot of people, and I'm just assuming, so I might be wrong, have actually never left Nigeria. If you go to the West, you'll understand we're not on equal footing. These people don't even see you as human. On every single every single statistic, Black people are at the bottom in the West because of the way we're treated. We're dehumanized. We're not respected. Black women are 5 times more likely to die giving birth in the NHS, and you're here talking about equality. Like, there is no equality. We're not even on equal footing to begin with. And we need to also let go of white supremacy from our own selves. There's so many ways that we perpetuate white supremacy. So again, I'm going to put this on the men. If you are a man, a Nigerian man who prefers straight hair over Afro hair, you are perpetuating white supremacy. If you prefer light skin over dark skin, you are perpetuating white supremacy. If you prefer foreign accents over Nigerian accents, then you are perpetuating white supremacy. You're saying whiteness is better with everything that you do. I mean, you cannot gain freedom through the arms of a white woman. That's just not going to happen. How many years have we been trying to do that? It's just not going to happen. And I saw this video on YouTube where a white man went to visit Nigeria. He was trying to buy things that were authentically made in Nigeria so that he could go back and show his family. And the people selling clothes to him were saying, no, these clothes are made in India. These clothes are made in India. Meanwhile, those clothes are made in Nigeria. But those people thought it's better to say they're made in India because they're embarrassed of Nigeria rather than say that they're made in their own home country. I mean, this goes very, very deep. For some reason, anything that's foreign, we glorify it. But when it's our own stuff, we have no respect for it and we put it on the bottom of the pile. There's a huge issue in Nigeria. 70% of the women are bleaching their skin. A lot of the men do prefer light skin, and that statistic comes from the World Health Organization. I'm just going to end by saying this: even a person of another tribe could not be put as a commissioner in Anambra State. I mean, if a Fulani person said they wanted to, it probably would be an issue. So I'm not sure why a white person who hasn't even lived in Nigeria is going to be put in that position. Even myself, I don't live in Nigeria, but I am ethnically Nigerian. I wouldn't feel qualified to take on that role. So for people to suggest that and make it seem like it's okay, it really isn't. And respectfully, Nigerians who've never left Nigeria, who've never experienced white supremacy, who've never lived in a white majority country, be careful of what you're saying because you don't actually know what it's like to be in these countries. You're just saying, oh, equality, equality. There is no equality. You can't just make YouTube videos here and become the commissioner. That's not how things work. I'm done speaking.
All right, thank you. Is Village Champion still here? Okay, if he isn't, Okosisi, is Okosisi still here? Okay, if he isn't, Iman, are you still here? All right, Iman isn't. Prof. Please just send the back channel. Prof. Richie, is Prof. Richie still here? Okay, I think he's trying to come up. Prof. Richie, please go.
Yeah, good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I was, initially when I came to this room, I was gonna just, I left a couple of times, right? Because I did share, the same segment. I think it was it Oni or some guy, had shared initially, right, that he didn't think it was something extremely serious. But then when I came back in the room, I heard a whole lot of venom and all that stuff, and I felt I had to still come up again. So to start with, first off, right? Do I think that there are a lot of valid, problems in our societies that people have mentioned within the context of this conversation? I think so, yeah. For example, I think the last speaker, pointed out to things like, how we associate inferiority, right, to products being made in Nigeria and all that stuff. We do have all of this problem, right? Some of it are not really black and white. Some of those things, we played some role in it as a society, right? For example, we often have had this whole profit mentality thing as well that we sometimes see in our society where, like, when we produce things locally, we tend to make them in a haphazard way, just to gain quick profits and stuff like that, right? If you've lived in Nigeria, you've probably experienced that, to certain levels. You might buy a shoe and then the first moment you wear the shoe, it drips off from the sole.
So ultimately, when you have a lot of things like that happen, right, people now tend to associate quality certain times with, like, when you say that, oh, this shit is made abroad or something like that. Sometimes average people assume that, okay, if you say it's made in Turkey, chances are, it's probably a better quality. It doesn't always work out that way, because sometimes too, it might be made in Abba or made in some other place product, and they just put that made in Turkey and stuff like that, right? But we can't just come out and make it look like a black and white movie just because Nigerians have internalized colonialism and all that stuff, right? There's a part of it that is sometimes about that. The other part of it are things where we have to start being honest with ourselves, right? The things we've done as individuals that contributed to some of those, outlook in itself. But ultimately, what I've seen happen on this stage, and that's why I find it very, very sad, is that people have used this whole conversation as a smoke screen, right, to actually air out a lot of individual prejudice and certain villainy. And I think it's very sad because I stayed in the audience. There were some people that I had listened to, right, and I was so shocked. And the reason I was shocked is that it's still the same people, right, that I stay in rooms with, and they talk about how messed up our leaders and people in power and all that stuff, and how they supposedly they hope for the future and how they can turn things around and stuff like that. Just listening to you speak with so much venom, I'm like, you're actually going to be worse if you were there. And that's probably some of the honest truth you have to start telling ourselves, right? And that's why a lot of times we'll have conversations around the systems in Nigeria. I hate this whole idea of, when I see people come off being sanctimonious and all that stuff, right? I don't think Nigeria needs necessarily good leaders. Just change the systems. If you change the system, because the more I listen to a lot of Nigerians, the more you realize that a lot of Nigerians are actually as bad as or worse than the current people who have in power. If you switch those people and put those new guys in there, things will still be worse. So that's the only reason that I can only hope on the system to solve, right? To have a lot of checks and balances. So even if you have the devil in there, we can have a working system. Because a lot of us out here, like when you hear them speak, you see that these people are worse. And I'm saying this fully well, knowing that I saw the tweets, right, that that had led to a lot of this conversation. And the interesting thing is that had it not been for the vituperation that followed that tweet, right? The whole venom that came from that initial tweet, we will not even be discussing this thing. If for example, Sugar Belly hadn't responded to that tweet, with that whole thread where she went on, first disrespected the woman who she doesn't have any personal individual problem with, right? Or the husband or the woman who, by some reason find love outside of, their tribe or their nationality or something like that, right? If she hadn't used that opportunity to hide under that small screen to go at all those people, we will not be having this conversation. Because guess what? There are certain requirements for people to be appointed into the office of the commissioner. This woman in question does not even fit that. To be very fair, I saw the link you posted and I took a look at it as well, right? She doesn't. I don't think she's a Nigerian citizen. I mean, she's married. She's just as Igbo as every other Igbo person. Because in our culture, when you're married to your husband's family, you become a part of that family. But she doesn't. The laws there states that for example, when you have dual citizenship and stuff like that, your country of birth or something like that has to be Nigeria and all that blah blah blah. I don't think she fits in a lot of the requirements or something like that. So chances are none of that was ever even going to happen. The particular guy that even made that tweet in the first place made that tweet more from the point of appreciating this person. And I saw another follow-up video I made, right, where he was even pointing out that this particular individual, they are somehow related on his maternal side or whatever, like the husband to her, right, like the Anambra man that she's married to. So they probably shared some sort of relationship or whatever. So it was more like, I'm shouting out someone that I probably am very, very close to. And I'm just like, and the tweet even just strictly said something in the line of, I think the new incoming government should consider her as Commissioner for Culture and Tourism. I think he's thinking, it's never going to happen. But it did not warrant a lot of the villainous things I've seen here. I saw some people like that being like, oh, she's colonizing him, or she's going to throw him out there in the street, oh, this one and this one and this one and this one and this one. If you want to be very prejudiced, just be out there apart from like just say you're just an evil person and just go on with it. You don't have to use it as an excuse to say a lot of those nastiness. And I think that this is the biggest problem that a lot of oppressed people do have, right? Because you've been oppressed, you sometimes become a bigger monster than even the monster, right, that we all see as the oppressor. And you don't even realize it. Because the worst form of tyranny and the worst form of oppression is that which is done within the small screen that, you are either oppressed or that you're a savior. Because if you outwardly know you're an oppressor, at least you can battle with your conscience and maybe you do better. But when you're an oppressor, when you're evil and you're a messed up person, and you can always convince yourself that I'm a victim. That's the worst form, because there's no conscience to tell you that, do better or something like that. We could all simply have given an answer here that, oh no, I don't think that her making YouTube videos is enough for her to be commissioner. Because personally, I don't think so. Now, if she has some other qualifications, it could have been a different commissioner altogether. But she wouldn't even still meet up the requirements, because I don't think she has a Nigerian citizenship. Now, do I think what she's doing is a very beautiful thing? Yes, it is. Especially when you put into the context that she's doing this with the Igbo culture. Until a few years ago, right? A lot of people that are even on this stage, right? We are among the people that grew up within this period where it was considered a shameful thing to be proud in your Igbo-ness. A lot of you could not even bear your Igbo names proudly. You had to go ahead with your English names. Even when you had Igbo names, you had to find a way to Europeanize it a lot of times. They will name it Nanya, you'll be calling yourself Naya everywhere and stuff like that. These are the same people all of a sudden today is like, oh, people are saying that, oh, it's an admirable thing, right? That we have someone out there that's actually pushing that culture or something like that. I feel the same way if he was a Yoruba person doing the same thing. In fact, actually, I do, because I've had that experience. One of my friends, when I did my first degree there in Nigeria, a Yoruba boy, Adeleke was his name. The reason we actually became very close friends was because he could speak Igbo. He had spent some time in the East, and somehow this guy could speak Igbo with the Anambra dialect and stuff like that. And he became my best buddy on that. Like, because I always was out, like, this was somebody that wasn't from my tribe, but loved the tribe and the language and the culture so much. And he's my best guy to today. He's very amazing Yoruba guy. He speaks his language as well. But whenever he we want to chat and do all this, like, bro, we just go into the Anambra Igbo and stuff like that. And like, he's really good at it. So how come if I could find out, like, so how come somebody else that's not even from my country, right, if they can speak that language, it's something to admire, right? Because there are lots of people out there that get married into that culture. In fact, there are even lots of people that are from that culture, that stay in that culture, and they don't even make any effort to do those things. So imagine other people that are not even from that culture doing all those things, and then you make it look like all of a sudden now all of us are pro-Igbo people that are so proud and maintaining the culture and all that stuff. But we do know what happens every other day. We do know how every other moment, even on these clubhouse spaces, right? Every other day I walk into an Igbo room. One of the things I've observed in a couple of months or whatever I've been on here is that you go into an Igbo room, a conversation is ongoing, give it like 2 minutes. Some Igbo person walks into the room, oh, please, can you guys switch to English? I don't speak Igbo. Every couple of minutes, somebody else walks in there. There's not even an effort like, okay, can we just mix up the two languages? Can somebody explain to me? Maybe I can learn this language by being around this thing. We see this happen a lot. And trust me, among the many tribes in Nigeria, the people that do this more than any other group of people are Igbos. The reason they do this is because for a long time, for whatever reason, whether it's part of the civil war or maybe it's a survival technique or whatever, right? We had this whole thing where like our people were trying so hard to dissociate themselves from our culture and our identity as Igbo people. So why do you think that people shouldn't feel, happy seeing other people appreciate that culture? Even if you don't agree, right, that should be enough reason for that person to think that they deserve some government post happening. Because I don't think it's enough reason for you to become commissioner because you're this and so. If this person doesn't have a Nigerian citizenship, right, and this person, is not so and so, blah blah blah, right, they shouldn't be. But at the same time, you can also think that this person is doing something really amazing. And you can also stay around without demonizing another man and where they find love, another woman and where they find love. So you hide under that smoke screen and then you push a lot of prejudice. And these are the same people that tomorrow you go out there and wear Black Lives Matter t-shirts. or tomorrow you go and talk about another form of activism and act like you're so morally superior, like you're so much of a better person. But deep down, you're just as evil as the devil that you fight every other time. And we sit around and we do all those things. And then, and I'm rounding up, right? We sit around and we do all those things and we look for justifications for it. We cover it up, you know. And it's, the funniest part of it is that I came on the room and I think some of them have probably left. The same people that all of a sudden now are defenders of Igbo culture are the same people that for the past 1 year, you've been dragging the same culture. You've not even been preaching a lot of positivities about it. I saw some of them on stage talking around there, and all of a sudden you're so pro-Igbo now, and it's like, you know, you're fighting for the Igbo identity and all that stuff. You're the same people that go on Twitter and make tweets like calling for the killing of every single Igbo man. I saw one of them on stage and they're booty clappers and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden today, you know, it's all about you being so protective of the Igbo identity and all that stuff. And then lastly, right, I think there was another misinformation I've seen actually that is being put out on the stage, right? And I was going to correct it. Well, I think that, you know, we probably should draw some line on foreigners with some other passport or whatever, because I think that it can be a slippery slope, especially with the new China encroachment into Africa, right? One of the lines I've seen people constantly push is this whole idea that, you know, women from other tribes that might be married within, you know, Anambra, for example, right, cannot hold offices. That's not exactly true, because in the past we've had those things. It doesn't happen as, you know, every other time, like probably an everyday thing. But you've had this particular office that this guy was probably jokingly pointing out that this woman should be considered for. 3 years ago, the person that held that office was a Delton woman. Salim Banefo. She wasn't from Anambra State. And it was exactly that same office. So when people come around here and like, oh, if it was a Fulani, in fact, a few years ago as well, he was on the news, right? He was a woman that used to be commissioner in, I think, Zamfara or something like that, that Ruja Sekocha was appointed into a political office in Imo State. You know, some people had to do that for it, some people did not have, but ultimately it happened and things moved on. So when we come around here and then we, you know, because ultimately the conversation here that a lot of people are actually doing, it's not about this woman. It's not about, it's just you using it as a small screen for your prejudices and for your hate and all that other stuff. Because if it's not that, you don't even need to bring in a lot of all this misinformation. You don't have to find a way to twist it into, you know, a man versus female thing, or make it into an Igbo man or Igbo men, you know, demonization fest. Or make it into like a black and white thing. You can simply just say that I don't think that any other person can. And you know, I see people that you're using style to bring in people like Chimamanda and go, oh, I think there are other deserving Igbo people. And you mentioned Chimamanda for commissioner for tourism. Wouldn't that be like degrading her so that tomorrow somebody embezzles money in the Ministry of Tourism in Anambra State and then we'll be dragging Chimamanda like a waterproof on Twitter or dragging down online for something like that? How much is a commissioner paid in Anambra State? You know, so ultimately, I think that people need to have certain reflections, right? Ask yourself, right, is it really about, you know, this tweet, or it's just that I'm using this tweet to, you know, push out a lot of prejudice that I've had, right? And for people that a lot of times we try to preach a lot of moral superiority, we try to tell people to do better, we try to, you know, act like we're so much of sanctimonious angels. You know, I think that a lot of us are inherently the villains that we tend to fight every other day. And we probably need to do better. Because a lot of conversations I've had going on here were not even necessary. We didn't have to start delving into people, the choices that people have made of who they want to settle down with. We didn't have to delve into the dynamic that people have in their families, people that we don't even know individually. You know, just because we simply want to call out something and say that, oh, we don't think that's so and so. And this is just a singular tweet that wouldn't have even had any real life effect if we're not using all this venom to discuss that singular tweet that somebody just made out of an appreciation for something that somebody else is doing. And I think that some of the people that have spoken on this subject should bow their head in shame and look in the mirror. And I'm done speaking.
All right, thank you. Ijele, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah,
and,
please go on.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Guys, if you look at my profile, you're gonna find out that what I stand for is for the decolonization of Africa, decolonization from all the foreign introduction of what I call doctrines and dogmas of colonial masters who came into Africa, created artificial boundaries, and introduced things that are foreign to us.
And however, the decolonization of Africa must be done without prejudice or predisposition. We don't have to be a devil to fight the devil. If we are speaking from a place of hate, it's not the same as speaking regarding a particular prerequisite or provision or need for appointing a particular person. The issue is this is absolutely a hoax. Someone online on Twitter tweeted the two individuals here who are supposed to be involved vis-a-vis Soludo and the one in Ocha, they didn't put this out. They probably don't even have a knowledge that this is going on. So this is a hoax. The problem I'm having is that some of us jumped on this hoax to show our prejudice, to show our predisposition, to show some form of hate, which it's not good. However, if let's assume that this is the truth and this woman has been nominated, right? It is the wrong thing to do. When I say it is the wrong thing to do, it is not from a place of color or hate. It is from a place of need and condition required for someone to mount such position. And knowing fully well that she is just a foreigner who might not understand the intricacies of our culture and tradition, definitely I will stand on that point to push back against her nomination. I will not be pushing back based on hate. I don't need to be a devil to fight the devil, right? I understand that sometimes, especially we might have some form of pushback against men that go outside their race to marry white women. I understand that, and I promote and I support people marrying staying within their race in terms of and ethnicity in terms of marriage. Because it promotes culture, it promotes the people, right? But however, let us be guided not to start pushing hatred and not to, start crossing borders and speaking against people's choices, right? Some of us here are supporting the feminist rights. Some support the lesbian equality right, the gays and LGBT communities, and sometimes when some of our ladies were speaking, I actually went to their profile, and some of them support inclusion and diversity, and yet they were pushing this form of hatred. There is a fine line between hate or prejudice and, like I say, prerequisites, right? If you are looking for a job, there are some jobs here in the United States where you see that some of the requirement is for someone who speaks Mandarin or who speaks Spanish, right? Sometimes you find out that you possess all the prerequisite that is needed for such job, for such position, or you might even be better qualified for the position, but because you do not speak those language, insecurity might tend to make you think that it's a prejudice or some form of discrimination. But maybe the person who posted the job choose to put in, you have to speak Spanish because it's based on the need, the condition, or the requirement for the job. So, having said all that, my pushback against such nomination will be basically on the point of the lady being a foreigner who might not understand the intricacies of our culture, tradition, and who is not better placed to take or mount such position. My pushback will not come as a result of hate or prejudice or as a result of her color. I understand what the people that has her color did to Africa. I understand some form of white supremacists and some of the things that the blacks are passing through. And that is one of the reasons I am standing for the decolonization of Africa. But I have to do it without pushing hate. I have to do it without any form of prejudice. That's all I have to say. This is just a hoax. Please let us not put much into it. Let's make it what it is. it is non-existent. It's just a tweet that somebody put out there. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Is Pamela still here? Okay, she's not. Is Sugar Belly here? Okay, Sugar Belly is not. Chief Chisolu, please go.
I'll try to not speak Igbo in the whole process. I'll try to stick it to English. There's a particular person that who spoke my mind. People have, this is a very delicate topic, and ideally, should not have escalated to this. It was started off as a mild bantering between people that engage in online conversations that degenerated into what we do not even know. I'm an Anambra man, I'm a chief, and I've been in that state my whole life prior to deciding to come to England for like 2 years now. One thing I can tell you is that thing is not going to fly, so everybody should unshade their sword and go home and sleep. This is so uncalled for. If you look at the political dynamics of Anambra, you will know that it will be easier for a blind person's sight to be restored than for that woman to be a commissioner or even a special assistant. Because I know that both of them are appointments. Also, when people make the argument that I'm going to be a devil's advocate, when people make the assumption that a non-Anambra hasn't been a commissioner, that's false. Somebody mentioned Salim Banefo. Banefo is a predominantly Onitsha family, and the lady was married to an Anambra man, and she was a commissioner for this information and tourism before the offices were separated. And then, as of 2016, the person in that position was Dr. Ojunwog, who is now was the Commissioner for Information and Tourism, who is now invariably the Attorney General of Anambra State. And recently, they dismantled that office and now named it Commission for Diaspora Affairs, Indigenous Artworks, Culture and Tourism. That is the new heading of that state parastatal. So it will be unfair to assume that all this there's no clear definition between the internet and real life. The problem surrounding this particular argument could not be far-fetched from the people that interjected on the onset. Sugar Belly has no right to even weigh in all of a sudden to pretend to be pro-Igbo. This is because for over a year, her reputation precedes her, and we are not alien of her antics. When our fam, who is our family is married to a white woman, so when he made that, it was intended as a joke. In fact, let it be on the record that nobody is even taking this seriously in the state. Everything that people are dealing with on the internet, and this unnecessary plot twist and back and forth is totally unnecessary. This Prof. Richie understands the cultural dynamics of that state, which is Anambra, and we know there are do's and there are don'ts. There are things that cannot be done. This particular parastatal that is in question has constantly been changing names over the years. It used to be information and tourism. It used to be information alone. It used to be tourism standing alone. Now they have added diaspora affairs, indigenous artworks, culture, and tourism. And even the most recent commissioner there, Madubuko, resigned in 2020. So this is not something we should bother ourselves about. The need to make an argument of whether or not it does not arise at all. I am here to tell you, as an Anambra man, that woman would not, never, can never be, has never been, it will never start. At best, the guy was just rendering accolades to her, which is their entirely business. But trying to pretend that this is actually going to happen makes no sense. But again, this is a wake-up call to our constitution and the way our laws were fashioned. The record reflects that when an Igbo man or when a Nigerian man marries a white woman, she gets the citizenship. When a Nigerian woman does the same is not being transferred. So you can see that this is our constitution. But again, with the requirements for being a commissioner in that state as it stands now, under the leadership of Chukuma Soludo, Charles, it's not possible. I've listened to people have different variant opinions. I've seen people that have slandered the Igbo culture on a daily, all of a sudden become patriotic, trying to be more Catholic than the Pope. this cheap attempt at pretending to care about Igbo language should forthwith stop to exist anymore. Because the level of madness that has been displayed on the stage in a bid to canvass argument for and against is belittling. If we set the tone from the beginning that this was never and could never happen, the need to go down to these reckless arguments will not even arise. That particular office the person holding it has to be an Anambra person. That's how it has been. But then we made an exception 5 years ago when Salim Banefo from Delta held that office. So, and I know it didn't go well. People that understand the politics around that state understood how the whole tenure went. So, alluding to the fact, in fact, it's even foolhardy to allude to the fact that this can even be entertained. People should keep Twitter on Twitter and keep real life away from Twitter. Real life is real life, and Twitter banter stays on Twitter. That woman may be doing a good job of promoting the culture and leaving our culture to cling on to it. But the office of the Commissioner of Anambra State is not a reward for good deeds. There are qualifications that you have to meet. In fact, let me let you know that there's an unwritten rule of zoning employed whenever this idea comes to book and place. If you understand the level of the setting of what it takes to be a commissioner, you will know that it doesn't take more than just doing random YouTube videos. That's not a way to go about it. So everybody, like I said earlier, should unsheath their sword. Anambra has always been the way it is because of how we are holding out for our culture and custom. Now, while I understand that she's not in a better place to do anything there, I just want everybody to understand that this idea of conveniently being Nigerian at heart when it's convenient for you and castigating Nigerians in Nigeria when it doesn't benefit you needs to stop. Because people have decided to use this as a small screen to canvass their biases towards Nigerian. I've heard people say it was white supremacy or whatever. There's no argument I haven't heard. But I'm trying to help you all lay this matter to rest. Whatever they are doing on Twitter is their business. It doesn't affect them, Anambra. That's not how our state is being run. And the earlier we make peace with this reality, the earlier it is for us to go forward. This argument has lasted over 4 or 5 hours, and people are expressing their opinion over something that ordinarily should be jettisoned, if not for how it was blown out of proportion, and now we're entertaining that logic. Before people come and make arguments like this, go and look through the past records of people that were in that office. It is a material that you have done 1,000 YouTube videos. We have conditions, like I said, almost be met. And that office, as well as I know it, is probably even going to keep changing to another name. The terminology itself has to change. And let also the context be known that she was suggested for office of, I think it's tourism or something funny like that. She's not going to get that. She knows, everybody knows. Soludo even knows well. In fact, Soludo knows that it's an impending doom to take a step towards that direction. Anambra State runs on self-start. The court of public opinion did not tell us what to do in that state. It has never done before. If you read the electorates and the way the state has been set up, you will understand that this argument shouldn't even be had. In fact, this is a joke taken too far. But then, while we make peace with that, I'll try to round off in a nutshell. I just want everybody to know that there are other pressing concerns we should allot time to than coming to debate a tweet or a series of tweets. The commissioner list is going to come out in 12 weeks from now. I assure you, none of those frivolous suggestions will be reflected in the governor's cabinet. We are not moved by sentiment, and there are qualities you need to meet apart from being an Anambra person to qualify for those offices. Thank you, Joel. You the mic.
All right, thank you. Naya, please go on.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So, I've listened to everybody talk, say a lot of things. I've agreed and I've disagreed with a lot of things. But I'll say this, you can't come in and import your sensibilities, your reflections, your daily life, your daily activities into the Nigerian setup. No, it's not done. Whatever is happening there. You're talking about here in Anambra. Is she qualified? Is she not qualified? That is the bone of contention. So all this insult that she will leave her husband, she will sleep with somebody else, insulting her family, and especially from someone that is coming out to tell us that he respects women, but you don't have the least respect for someone's wife that has not insulted you, that has not said anything to you. You come out and you spew a lot of hate, quoting it with English. And these are people that call themselves intellectuals. So whatever is happening outside is happening outside. We're talking about Nigeria here. There's nothing like neocolonialism. And because the racism itself that happened outside, has anything good, years down the line, has anything good come out from it? This is why we are still having all these problems we are having. Okay, forget about whatever. Down here in Nigeria, okay, in Imo State, for instance, I have a commissioner that is from Hausa, from the north. I've not seen anybody come and build that buildings. So I don't know where all this, where all this is coming from. Then, if you say, okay, this hate does not even stop. So when is it going to stop? Because it's going to extend our children. The mix-up children they are going to have when they want to contest for elections or come out and say, okay, and they're qualified or they want to come and help us. We still come out and say, no, they're not black enough. Because it doesn't just stop here. Then if you come out and say, in Nigeria, the problem we are having is in Nigeria as a whole, is that there are so many nations in one nation. Igbo man don't have any other culinary skills apart from the Igbo traditional food. You don't mix up food, you don't do anything. Igbo man wants to marry an Igbo man, Yoruba wants to marry Yoruba, Hausa wants to marry Hausa. So we are first tribalistic before we think together for the growth and development of the nation. And you ask yourself why America is moving forward, why Lagos is the most developed state in Nigeria. Why? Because of their culture of inclusiveness. It was just a mere suggestion, for Christ's sake. A simple suggestion that has degenerated to how African Americans, whites are marginalizing blacks and deep. This is not the issue. What I want to hear is this woman is qualified. No, this woman is not qualified for so reason. Someone has come out here. Before I didn't even care, but someone came out here earlier and said that he will not nominate her for commissioner or maybe an SC or an ambassador if he wants to. And this is at the exclusive reserve of the government. If you like, shout from today to tomorrow, he will do whatever he wants to do. You can only scream. And so when you come out and you call us stupid, you call us, okay, what's the difference between your so-called Afrocentricism and the white supremacy? So because you want to correct something, you will now come out and even be worse. If this how it operates there, it doesn't operate here like this. So we do things differently. So please, Wanyosha does not deserve any form of insult, disrespect that she has tolerated for the past how many hours now from people that she doesn't even know anything about. Everybody should just mind themselves. If you want to criticize her, criticize her respectfully. It's not you come and quote it with intelligence, so-called fake intelligence. Everybody should respect themselves. They're not stupid. I don't think any person is stupid. That's all I have to say for now.
Evaristos, please go.
Thank you so much, Harvey. I'll be very quick on this one. Well, I just wanted to follow up with some of the thoughts that were kind of like insinuated at me in rebuttal, right? But I just wanted to state this in clear. Protectionism is not hatred. And people can go on and throw whatever definition or understanding they have around hatred. It's still not going to be true and acceptable that protectionism is hatred. It's not. And Afrocentric protectionism more so. Some of the reasons, some of the issues we're having in Africa is because we have not appreciated the need to practice Afrocentric protectionism enough. That is some of the reasons why our continent is being completely bamboozled by any kind of Yaro boy that's coming from overseas. And I want us to be guided, right? This idea that there is some kind of global progressiveness of free society or open society is a hoax. It's misguided. There is no open society anywhere in the world. I just want you to understand that. Unless you haven't actually traveled around the world, traveled around the continents, really studied the ebbs and flows of political and economic capital around the world, you probably wouldn't understand. What I'm saying right here would sound like big grammar for you. You probably wouldn't appreciate that enough. But I do respect your school of thought to share whatever you feel or understand around open society or stuff. But I just want to let you know that the idea of equating Afrocentricity or Pan-Africanism with some kind of white supremacy is self-destructive and misinformed at best, right? Open society is an aspiration that doesn't exist anywhere. It hasn't existed. It would never exist. So, one other point before I yield, right? The issue behind this whole tweet is not the tweet itself. It's the mindset and thought behind the tweet. That mindset is not benign or isolated. It is deep rooted in the character of a people at question here. Take it or leave it. That is why we need to eschew and stand up and condemn the mindset. I don't care about the tweet. I'm not on Twitter. I'm on Twitter, but I don't live there. The mindset is not something that is isolated. It's not like some kind of outlier. It is a manifestation of people on the ground. So we need to stand up and say no to all these things. That is why I am coming back to, double down on what I said earlier. And for that, I'm handing the mic. Thanks, Harvey. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for that, Evaristas. So the next person, sorry guys, just give me a minute. So the next person is Neka. Is Neka still here? Then Afro 7. Neka,
yes, I'm here. So I think that maybe some of the people that spoke recently probably were not in the room long enough to know that for majority of the speakers that were talking, I don't think any of us had an issue with a white woman holding position. I think me, for example, I had an issue with the fact that conceptions would have been made for her to, like the barest minimalism of the whole suggestion. So I also think it's very intellectually dishonest to come here and say that people are discussing this, we are being racist or whatever. No, we are not. I am not being racist by saying that a minimal standard shouldn't be set for someone because they are white, and then that same consideration is not given to people that are in that same country. And the only special thing about the woman in question is the fact that she's white. Because if you view cooking, assimilating to your husband's culture, naming your children Igbo and speaking Igbo language as Igbo cultural promotion, then why are you not suggesting other Igbo women that have been doing this for longer for roles? So why are you celebrating this person because she does this, but you don't see it as a problem that the other people that do this, that live these realities, you don't celebrate them. You don't see it as what's being celebrated, as something to be celebrated. I've traveled a lot in the Western countries, and I live in the West, and I know that nobody in Canada would recommend me for a position because I'm promoting Canadian culture. And that definition being loose, because the promotion here is not that I have an international following that I'm reaching out to, that I'm broadcasting Canadian culture to, that will bring them to Canada, or that will bring about change to Canada in any way. The promotion is the fact that I speak English, Is the fact that I probably know Canadian slangs. Is the fact that I probably have a child and call him a name that is very popular here. Is the fact that I eat poutine, which is what they eat here, or I take beaver tails. It doesn't make any sense. And it is wrong for you guys to try and make this about women being bitter and women being racist, or the Nigerians that disagree with this notion. We know it's not real. Somebody stated an opinion. It's the mindset that is being discussed here. And for the people that keep saying you don't know why they open, why are you in this room having a conversation if you feel that opening the room does not make sense? Like, can you take your own advice? You don't think your room should be opened, then don't be in the room contributing to the conversations that are being had. No one is saying if we had an open society where we brought in people that are really good at something to contribute to this society, that is a bad thing. On the contrary, even people tend to be quite progressive. And I would agree entirely for us to have an open society where you bring in expatriates to come and contribute, and you reward them with good salaries. Or if they stay long enough to get citizenship, the way we are expected to do it when we travel out, then that is a very standard operating procedure. You are not giving preference. But you guys want to give preference and make exceptions for somebody because they are white. That is the point. I have nothing against this person. I don't even know her. Like on a normal day, I've seen stuff that she posts online, and I did not understand the adulation, especially by Nigerians, for somebody eating your food. Like, are you people kidding me? How many people recommend you for anything because you eat fish and chips or eat chicken and chips? Like, it does not make sense. And I'm going to round up by saying this. Some of you hate yourselves and you don't know that you have internalized self-hatred. If not, tell me why you expect the barest minimum from people that are fairer than you. But then if it is from people that are from your state, from your country, then your expectation suddenly goes up. And then you cover it by saying that you don't want to be racist. This is not even about racism. You need to check yourselves. You need to check yourselves. Somebody saying that this opinion is problematic because this same concession will not be given to you if you were going somewhere else. There are lots of people all over the world that are not from those countries that hold positions, but they did not just come and then get those positions. You assimilate, you do the work, you get qualifications, then you set about doing it the right way. No foreigner in their right mind will just sit down and say, this person speaks English. This person married a white person and they speak Dutch or they speak German or they speak Chinese, then automatically that is a qualification for suggesting that maybe this person needs to promote our culture. If you don't see how problematic that situation is, then I really don't know what else to say. But I am just saying that please don't come here and talk about when people have an opinion on this, it means they are being racist, because that is not true. That is not true. You're simplifying the issue, and that is not true. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. I think I skipped Somadina. Then it's going to be Afro 7. Nigeria is playing right now, so this one really needs to end as soon as we can. Somadina, please go on. Okay,
yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Harvey. And so on this topic, I guess this conversation came up after someone tweeted and proposed or suggested that one Nyocha should be made a commissioner or probably considered in the next political appointment round by the incoming governor, Charles Chukwuma Soludo. And that did generate quite a stir. And that stir did actually ask a fundamental question. And what's the question that has been asked fundamentally when you look at it? It's and as we asked in this room as well, should a white married woman be commissioner in Anambra State? And now, having listened to a lot of people, I decided to re-ask the question, and I asked the question this way. What is the political fate of a woman that is married outside our primary political constituency? Because I have to approach it from quite a very pragmatic pragmatic, just sorry, I got a call, from a very pragmatic perspective. And when you look down history of people going out of their primary political constituency and achieving stardom, and people achieving stardom, and at times some persons get elected, other times some persons get appointed. So I'll give you a rundown quickly. King Jaja of Opobo, an Igbo from Imo State, went down to Boni State by whatsoever means, acculturated in Ibani, which is Boni today, and he led the Ana People House in Boni. After then, Jaja in the 1860s went to Andoni, the Obolo people, the Ibeno area, and acculturated, signed a part of treaty, and was able to found Opobo. He was an Igbo man, keep that in mind. Idi Amin of Uganda appointed Egbert Udo Udoma to become the chief judge of Uganda from 1963 to 1969 for 6 to 7 years. In Nigeria, Udo Udoma was the chief judge of Uganda. He later came back to Nigeria to also become a chief judge in Nigeria as well. Also, very recently, Yahaya Jammeh of Gambia, the Gambia, appointed Ima Fagbanle as the chief justice of Gambia. This is a Gambian appointing a Nigerian to one of the top most political office in that country very recently. I'll bring you back now to Anambra State. Senator Uche Ekonife, which we know a lot, and we always praise for being a female senator from Anambra State. She is from the Agwata Federal Constituency. However, in 2007, she represented Anocha Njikoka in Dunukofia Federal Constituency because she is married from there. I am from Anambra State. Anybody who tells you that it is not possible for the wife of a man in Anambra State to hold political office, that person lies. That person is a liar. It is very possible. I'll move on further. The same Senator Uche Ekonife, after a federal representative appointment, she went further to become the senator representing Anambra Central Constituency. Where is her primary constituency? She's primarily from Anambra South, which is Agwata. And now we've seen that happen twice. I'll bring it back again. Dora Akonyele, the almighty one we praise and adore. She is from Nanka in Anambra South. However, she contested as the senatorial candidate for Anambra Central in 2011. This was possible in Anambra State. I'll move further. It had been mentioned here that Salim Banefo became the commissioner of tourism in Anambra State. She is from Delta State. Ajia Rabi Ibrahim recently was appointed the commissioner in Imo State. Haji Ibrahim, you hear the name, you know very well. Ajia Anza Fatima was appointed SSA on gender vulnerable groups in Imo State. You know where the name is from. I'll go again. Sheikh Ahmad Muhammad was appointed SSA on public enlightenment in Imo State. We are seeing cases of people holding political offices outside their primary political constituency. We can also see the like of Arunwonye Chinkafi, an Igbo raised by the Gwandu Emirates, became commissioner for women and children affairs in Zamfara State. This is very recently. We know very well the popular Orji Uzokalu. He was the chairman of Water Board in Borno State when he was 26 years old. This is the same Nigeria we are in today. Ben Akabueze, an Igbo, was appointed commissioner in Lagos State. Joe Ebokwe made the final commissioner list in 2019 in Lagos State. Peter Obi of Anambra State, the governor, the wife is from Akwa Ibom State. Akeredolu, the governor of Ondo State, a Yoruba, his wife is Igbo. Senator Stella Odwa, an Igbo woman, she married a Benin man, the Minister of Work then, Chris Obiawanye. But she was still able to become the senator representing our own senatorial district, from that's her father's district in Anambra State. Senator Dizzy Anire Danjuma, a Benin woman who married a man from the Middle Belt, Theophilus Danjuma, also became senators in her father's own senatorial district. Then also, I'll come to Canada. In Canada, there are Nigerians who hold political offices. Now, I'll go outside election because we know of the blessed and wonderful and the question you ask, what does it take to be a senator in Canada? The constitution requires that to be a senator, you have to be a subject of the Queen between 30 and 75 years and a resident of the province or territory for which you are appointed to become a senator. You must own a property at least $4,000 above debt and liabilities. And that is all. So, in all we are saying, when you think or you sit from somewhere and you perceive society, you should want to dig further. You should want to inform your position, your stance with history on what is possible and what is not possible. We have seen very clearly that in Anambra State, wives are able to attain political feats in places where they are married. And if a white woman is married to an Anambra man in Anambra State and she meets the requirements, which in most of the time for commissioners, you need an high school diploma. In the world today, a lot of persons, very high population, have an high school diploma. You have an high school diploma, you are a citizen, you are qualified, and you will get it. And if there's anybody, you are here, you are married to an Anambra man, and there's anybody that tells you that you cannot aspire to anything in Anambra State, show me that person, and we'll put that person where they belong. I'll use the mic.
All right, thank you. Afro 7, please go on.
Finally, I've been waiting and waiting. Thank you very much to the room, to the listeners, and to the speakers. So the problem, isn't that a woman who's European, married to a Nigerian Igbo man, can become commissioner. That's not the problem. I don't think most right-thinking Nigerians would mind if this woman had put in the work necessary. It will even be ordinary people recommending her, like, yo, she's been for the community, she's been working for us, so if she puts herself forward, let's support her because she has supported us. The merits posted for why she belongs there is that the woman speaks Igbo and she cooks and eats okra on YouTube. That's it. That's insulting. That's absolutely insulting. When nobody is speaking about whether she has a quote unquote right, the Nigerian constitution affords Nigerian men the opportunity to pass on their citizenship when they marry, something that it doesn't afford women, by the way. And two, to the last speaker, he was given a rundown of all the women who didn't come from A place, but that were able to be senators for B place. If you notice in his submission, he never said this woman represented her hometown. So the woman in her own rights doesn't come from anywhere. She's coming from her father's place or her husband's place. When does a woman get to be from a place by herself? When does a woman get to attain office by herself on her own merit? Do you understand? Like every single person or man I've heard speak on this matter never looks at it from Nigerian women's position, which is you have the luxury, the benefit, the temerity to suggest to women that me, because this person is my wife, they can do things. But can a Nigerian woman step up and say, okay, because this person is my husband, let them go and run for Lagos Island constituency? You keep forgetting that this conversation is galling to women because you're speaking from a position of right that isn't extended to women. And I heard somebody on stage saying Sugar Belly doesn't have the right to speak on this because she's well known, blah, blah, blah. Sugar Belly has been teaching people to speak Igbo on this internet since Sugar Belly was 22 years old. That's over 10 years now. Sugar Belly invented a script from scratch, primarily for Igbo, that can also be used for Yoruba. That's Sugar Belly we're speaking of. Sugar Belly has Sexy Igbo, called Sexy Igbo because, according to her, people were ashamed to be Igbotic. She wanted to teach them that speaking Igbo is sexy and dope. She's running that class. At least once a month or twice a month, she does a Igbo historic thread there on Twitter. But by virtue of her being a woman, an Igbo woman already, these things to these people are not a big deal. All the things that Igbo women have been doing, groundbreaking things, world-renowned and recognized things, are not enough. But because somebody is eating okra and speaking one or two Igbo words on YouTube, and she's white, she's worthy to be nominated for commissioner. What has she done for people in that actual community on the ground? Let the work of her hands speak for her now. It should not be by virtue of who you're married to that people start speaking your name and saying, you deserve this. Are you telling me there are no Igbo women in those communities today going out of their way to make the lives of ordinary Igbo people better on ground today? But because one your child is on YouTube eating okra and she's a Nigerian by penetration, Nigerian women should just shut up and stop hating. She should be a commissioner. I mean, we're speaking about these things and we don't stop, we don't consider women. You make a rundown of all these women who have occupied office by virtue of who they got married to. We want our own opportunities by our own merit, not because, we're married to one Alaji Sani Sulaiman or Chief Oji. Let a woman be considered by the work of her hand. This woman has not touched ground in Anambra to go and help the community, to go and contribute her quota. We're talking about her like this because of who she is married to. It's insulting. It's insulting. When's the last time you said, oh, this Nigerian woman, okay, let's take this young Formula One boy that's going to be driving for Formula One next season, that's married to one famous Nigerian model. Her Italian husband should now come down to go to Anambra to go and contest for office because he married a Nigerian model and the son is going to be on Formula One. We might as well be having that conversation now. Shebi, they have an Igbo son with a full Igbo name that's going to be racing in Formula One, thus elevating Igbo recognition worldwide. Why is nobody talking about the Italian man going to Nigeria to go and hold office in Anambra or Ebonyi or Imo? This thing is insulting. It is deeply sexist. And you keep boiling down to racism or this one or that one. Come on, that's nonsense. You will never hear these same Oyibo people that you're elevating saying somebody should go and hold political. I mean, obviously they don't do zoning or ethnic whatever that we're so obsessed with. They have their own other conditions that they attach. But I'm eating fish and chips. I'm eating pie and mash. I'm putting YouTube. Someone will now say, you this girl from Lagos, Nigeria, maybe you should go and run for a local councillor. When the local people don't know what I've done to improve their lives, they don't know me. I know this is just banter, but not from clap dance they start now. This is how it starts. They're saying because this woman is eating okra and just saying Kedu Odima on YouTube, she's worthy of being put in the same conversation as women who, by their own merit, have been working and working and working. And then you want to diss Sugar Belly. I'm sorry, but nobody on this stage that we know publicly has done a tenth of what Sugar Belly has done in furthering Igbo culture, correcting misconceptions, and highlighting Igbo history. Her time for over 10 years, working to elevate, to perpetuate, to teach Igbo culture and Igbo history. So because she says the one that you don't like, now she doesn't deserve to be mentioned as in the same breath as somebody who's eating okra and saying Kedu on YouTube. Come on, let's stop being silly, I beg. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you. Disingenuous, please go on.
Yeah, this whole conversation is very interesting. Once upon a time, I when I was at work, I had a friend of mine that was from Mali. He said, if all the white people left Europe and moved to Africa, and all the Black people from Africa moved to Europe, that within 10 years, all those Africans would be trying to move back to Africa. And I say that to echo Dr. Boyce Watkins, who said, a lot of us Black people are white supremacists. We might not admit it. We actually.
Okay, I think we've lost him there.
Yeah, we actually won't admit it. But we hold a lot of white supremacist ideals and worldviews. I wonder how many people would opt. You know, I've heard a lot of people like talk about her qualifications. Like, is she qualified? Is she not qualified? I wonder how many people view her as qualified just by virtue of her skin color. I just wonder, just given the outcomes that Europeans have in this world, how many Africans would actually opt to have to be ruled by Europeans? Just given the failures that we see in Africa, it's just a question. I'm not saying I hold that position. I think a lot of us, I've heard a lot of virtue signaling up here, but a lot of us are plantation ready. A lot of us are willing to, as a matter of fact, a lot of Africans travel to European countries fully willing to accept third-class citizenship. That's a form of white supremacy. Things you wouldn't accept in your own country because you think you have status or whatever, you would accept third-class citizenship in a European's country. That's a form of white supremacy. White supremacy. You don't have to, outwardly say white people are better. Your actions speak louder than your words. I've heard of people virtue signaling on here, but are speaking with British accents. Like, come on, stop the cap. Like, let's stop the cap. So, I think I'm coming, attacking this from a slightly different angle than most people were. But I think in reality, a lot of us hold these views and would actually qualify her just by her skin color. I think a lot of people would. That's pretty much what I wanted to add to the conversation.
Okay, all right, thank you. Victor Chooks, please go on. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Victor, go on.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey. First of all, I would like to correct Afro 7 that she mentioned something about the list Somatina mentioned. So Daisy Henry Danjuma, married to Theophilus Danjuma, actually was a senator from Edo State, and she's actually from Edo State. So that being said, and also I also want to mention that the tweet Sugar Belly put out, that tweet is filled with a lot of hate that if it was done by popular white American celebrity or something, I guess now the whole cancel culture would have taken into effect, So, or if she had a job in the US, she would have lost her job if she put that tweet against black people, in the essence that she put it now against a white person. That being said, this issue about One Yocha, I believe it's something that we shouldn't dwell so much on naturally, but it has brought up some other topics, some other issues which I feel we need to address before it gets too late. The questions that this topic has raised are black people racist? Are we tribalistic? Are we becoming what we've been demonizing over the years? Like Somadina mentioned, Kingsley Madu is a Minister of Justice in Canada, and we have many Nigerians holding prominent positions in other parts of the world. There are families today in Nigeria that will not allow their children to marry someone from another tribe, even from the same state or just a section, and someone from, let's say, Anambra State will not allow his or daughter to marry someone also from Anambra State, but a different part of Anambra State. I'm from Delta State. I'm an Igbo boy from Delta State. But so many times, so many Igbo people from across Niger have told me to my face that I'm not Igbo enough. The current Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Lucky Rabo, is from my town. But when he was appointed, so many of us, there was a large uproar against it, saying that he was not an Igbo person. So for Nigeria to develop as a country, it's my opinion, I believe we should be more inclusive. In the past, royalties from various kingdoms marry their children out to other kingdoms in order to improve ties between these various kingdoms. For example, the Queen of England has German roots. So we Nigerians should also start thinking about how we can bridge the gap between tribes and countries so that we're able to improve ourselves, getting talents or qualities that are lacking even within ourselves, and make us to develop. And because that's what I believe is the only way we can actually improve as a country. And also, during my lifetime, I've come to realize that a lot of us are hypocrites. Many of us will be fighting against gender inequality, LGBTQ activism, Black Lives Matter marches, and others. But we are discriminating against someone else just because that person does not have the same color as we are. If the conversation was strictly on competence, I would not even talk about it because it's fine. Competence should be the only factor considered in giving a position to someone. But when you start bringing up issues like the person's gender, the person's race, then you are becoming what will be demonizing. It's very important that we speak up against this, because if we keep quiet, the very few people that are having this sentiment, this racist sentiment, we push the agenda, and so many people will adopt it, and that's how genocide and xenophobia starts. So I want every one of us to try as much as possible to continue speaking up against it, that give everyone a fair chance, as long as the person is qualified, rather than looking at where the person is from or the person's gender. I yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Schneider King, please go on. We can't hear you, Schneider King. Yeah, if you're using an earpiece, you might want to correct it or just speak directly through your phone. We can't hear you.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think most people have said most points I was going to point out. And I heard some people say, yeah, she isn't qualified and this and that and that and that. I don't think that's the point, because if you guys remember a couple of years back when a certain politician was assassinated, I think his name is Funshaw Williams. His wife stepped up to continue his campaign as a governor, and she was shut down. She was Nigerian, she had kids, married to a Nigerian, but due to the fact that she wasn't black enough, basically, and she was a woman, this was, unofficially, that was the reason why she couldn't go on with the campaign. She was shut out. And I think it's just not based on if she's qualified or not. I mean, that's a whole lot different thing. Lawfully, she's not qualified, but let's take it that she's qualified. I still don't think most people would find it. They will accept that fact that a woman of a different country would, or a different country. Let's not even bring skin color into this, that she's white. Let's not bring that race into it. Someone of a different country, I don't think they will even accept her, because that then it would be, she's not from the local government area, or she's not from the state. We don't know her parents and all these kind of silly things, because that's just the Nigerian mentality, and these are things that people have to fight back. And I heard some other people on stage say things like, colonial mentality and this and that and that, and these are people that still they don't reside in Nigeria themselves. I don't think they have that I don't think they have the opinion that Nigeria is better than where they are at the moment. And this is Nigeria that is being ruled by people of their own race, but they still go to the in quotes colonial masters to reside and have a better life. And when it comes to championing your country, you champion them from far and say Nigeria is the best and this and that. You are from this local government area, but you reside in your colonial master's country. It's just hypocrisy. It's just hypocrisy. This that's all. That's that. There's no point about that. But saying yeah because she's eating a bar on the internet and this and that. This woman, I'll put it this way. I think one thing this topic even came about because she's bringing eyes to Anambra State. I don't know how many of you have been to Anambra State to spend holidays, except you have family members there. I don't think anyone goes to Anambra State just to while away time because the person has vacation. The person is on vacation. I don't think anyone is going to do that. But this lady has she brings eyes to Anambra State and let people see Anambra State from a different point of view. She's married to a Nigerian and that's why she's even in the conversation because of things she's doing. Obviously, there are other women that do the same thing, but they don't have this platform, the same platform as she does. And this is how it is all over the world. This has nothing to do with race or what have you. Everyone has this. It's just how it is. Donald Trump wasn't. His grandfather was from Germany. Yeah, you have other. Yeah, in Germany, there are people that whose parents weren't born in Germany, but they still hold political positions because they're qualified, and that's what the argument should be about, and not about race and skin color or gender or what have you. It's just silly. I even heard someone even say, yeah, why her husband is getting married to a white man. It's just bullshit, and this is just trying to shift the goalpost to gender. It has nothing to do with gender, has nothing to do with race. Obviously she's doing a good job. I think maybe an ambassador or something will have been more suitable for that kind of tweet, and not commissioner, because that's a whole lot different thing. As an ambassador, it's light work, put it that way. But as a commissioner, that you have to fulfill. Now you my mic.
All right, thank you. So Godson, Pamela, and then we'll call it a day. Godson, please go
on. Thanks, Harvey. It's been several hours, and I cannot believe that even after hours and explanations over these hours, we still have people that are trying to defend this. This thing that they are saying was just a joke and one man's opinion. It's what several guys have spent several hours on this platform defending. Something that's supposed to be a joke. People have committed their time and their energy to come on this platform, on this stage, to defend it. And it's just one person's opinion that should have been ignored. I have never heard Nigerian men, and this is me speaking as a person, as an individual, and those that are familiar with me know that I'm very regularly in Nigerian political spaces on this platform. And I have never heard a Nigerian man speak so assiduously in support of a Nigerian woman that is running for office, or in support of pushing a Nigerian woman into office. I have never heard it since we joined Clubhouse till now. I have never heard a Nigerian man come on this stage or on any stage and with so much vigor and energy do research to push a Nigerian woman into office, like the way they have done for a white woman. But everybody has suddenly remembered inclusiveness. The very same people, right? If you talk LGBTQ rights, they will tell you that it's not in our culture. If you talk about gender equality, they will tell you that it's not in our culture. Those same people are talking inclusiveness now. They suddenly remember there's something like inclusiveness in the dictionary. But if you ask them about other things, they will tell you it's not in our culture. And I want to underline it again. What is it that this woman does that the average Igbo woman does not do? This is the absolute barest minimum that's expected of a woman that's married into a family. And then people will now come here and make it about so many other issues. Number one, it has never been an argument about whether the governor has the prerogative to make the appointment or not. That has never been part of the argument. Neither has it been that because it was done at some point by one person in the past. It's like somebody came on here and was using dictators, the actions of dictators, to justify this kind of sentiment. So we are now modeling our own democracy and the future of our country, the future of our state, and the future of our tribe after the actions of dictators. Is that what we want to do now? Because we want to give a white woman a pass, calling it racism. Because I don't understand that one of the most culturally sensitive public offices in this state is what you want to hand out to somebody as a thank you gift basket. Make it make sense. You've not canvassed for her to be, commissioner of health or commissioner of finance, something that's not culturally relevant. It is the one that, you have to live and breathe the culture. You have to be able to have brought up, be immersed in it. She is learning the culture as much as any other person that is not an Igbo person. All that she's doing is just that she's doing it publicly. The platform that people are talking about, you gave it to her. She did not have this. Her audience is you people, Igbo people, not white people. So she's not performing this for white. She's performing it for you. And all her audience are you guys. And people are coming to tell us here that she's promoting to who when her audience is still Igbo people. You enter the comments, it's Igbo language all around. The one that they're calling her, is it not Igbo? Is it not Igbo people that call her that? So what's this? Where is the clout that she has in her home country that we will say that would make her an ambassador of our culture to them? She has no clout there. She has no clout anywhere else except amongst us. So who is she being an ambassador? What is her ambassadorship? On what grounds does it stand? We are jumping over hoops to defend the indefensible. And not any bit of this energy has been committed to pushing our own women into political office. Not one bit. So make it make sense. It is wrong. The way that it's men. It doesn't like annoying me. It's mostly we men, the Igbo men, that are doing this thing. You cannot defend it. This is not racism. This is your culture. Have you heard of a white person heading any agency that regards to African Americans or Native Americans? Imagine the uproar that would ring across Nigeria if they take an Igbo man or a Yoruba man and make him the minister of Niger Delta affairs. You don't have that context that comes with the experience of being a part of that group. So why do we want to use, because somebody is doing the barest minimum? It's not that she has gone to speak at the UN in favor of our tribe. It is not that she has gone to speak to her president in favor of our tribe. It is not that she has done anything politically relevant that will push our tribe forward. No. All she has done is to eat food and speak language and name her children Igbo names as is expected of any person that is married into an Igbo family. But all of a sudden we think it's now proper to reward all of that with a political office. Think it deep. Think it deep. Is this proper? I use my mic. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Pamela, please go on. Thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. Sorry, I was taking my notes. So I had a bunch of stuff that I wanted to address. The first one being, people keep talking about, Nigerian citizenship, you don't get Nigerian citizenship. I genuinely want to know what is the benefit of Nigerian citizenship to anyone, because I've been to multiple countries, and when I go there, all the Nigerians I meet there, they cannot wait to get rid of their Nigerian passport. Nigerian passport is the most disposable thing on this planet. And they get rid of it and they go collect even Congolese passport. Anything is better than Nigerian passport. So I get that. I get where the women are coming from with the whole, a woman can't give a foreign man citizenship, but I don't necessarily even see that one as a bad thing, because I can't think of one benefit to having a Nigerian passport. That's the first thing that I wanted to address.
The second one is when they're saying, well, this isn't about racism and discrimination. It absolutely, and for the people who are bringing up racism and discrimination, we have the right to discriminate against anybody we want to discriminate on our land. If you go to France, you cannot demand anything if you are not French, especially if you're not white French. I'm not saying that those countries do theirs purely based on skin color, but it is our country. We discriminate against each other with no problem. So now we have to bend and break the rules for this white lady. That is beyond ridiculous. People keep saying it's not about discrimination and all that stuff, but other countries in other parts of the world pass laws, all types of laws, to keep Africans out of their country, and they're not playing about it either. Those laws are getting tighter. Countries are closing, their embassies in Western countries, and even Eastern countries are closing their embassies in different African countries to keep Africans out. So this nonsense that we don't have the right to protect our own and worry about our own when everyone else is doing that. That's literally all everyone else is doing. How do you think Trump got into power? By scaring white men and telling them, hey, if you don't vote for me, black and brown men are gonna run up in your neighborhoods and take all your shit. So for me, this whole thing of we need to be this foolishness that we think that we need to be nice to white people is one of I don't know how that can be smacked out of our heads, but this is absolute pure madness that we need to be nice to white people and play nice and all that stuff. That is, I mean, no one else is doing that. Absolutely no one else. The Japanese can't even go to China and get anything there, and vice versa. No one else is doing that except us. Other groups are playing chess. Other groups are playing checkers. We are playing chess, and that's why we can. Either way, other way around. We're playing checkers. They're playing chess. We continue to lose every single time because we absolutely positively refuse to gatekeep. It is absolutely beyond ridiculous. The other thing that I wanted to address is that people keep saying, oh, that they keep bringing up her getting political power, and they keep saying it's a joke. I don't think any of this is a joke, because remember, Trump started out as a joke, and we see how that went. I don't think any of this is a joke. I think that we live in a global world, right? So people are able to see everything going on in the world. If people are saying that, oh, there's an affinity for Igbo women, for white women in Igbo land, because if you go to places like Benin, it's like a lot of people there who are biracial, who have assimilated with the Benin Edo culture and stuff like that. If people are saying that, oh, I can go to, if white women who are absolute nobody, because for the people, there's a lot of people saying, oh, that how do we know she's not a somebody in her country? Why on earth would think about this. Why on earth would anybody leave their country, especially if you come from a Western country that has everything, healthcare, good schools, good roads, electricity? Why would you leave that to come to Nigeria? Why? If you want to know, majority of the people who follow around Nigerian men in Europe, and these are mostly junkies. It is rare, if not next to impossible, to see a top tier white woman with an immigrant man. The only way she's following that man is if in his country he is ridiculously rich, and even at that, they're still not getting the top tier white women, because even they know that the top tier white women are reserved for the top tier white men. So this whole foolishness that oh, she's a PhD, she's not any of those things, because if she were, her country, people from her country, they would know her. They'd be following her to Nigeria. They want to know, hey, what's she doing? She's not famous in her country. She's famous in Nigeria. Nigeria made her relevant, like someone else has already mentioned. So to make it look like this woman is bringing resources, she's not bringing anything. In Nigeria, they're looking at her like, oh, because she's white, she's going to bring resources. She has brought nothing. She's here to absorb your culture, make money off it, make herself relevant, and then probably eventually run for something. And whatever she wants, she's going to get it, because she knows that she's around a bunch of color-struck people, and all she needs to do is just be white, and they'll hand her everything, and it's working. And what's going to happen is, for people who don't understand this, because just look at the NBA. For people who don't understand this, she's going to have kids with these men, probably recruit more and more of her low-life white women to come and have kids with these men, and then to come and marry these men, have kids with them. And what's going to happen is, those kids are going to grow up, marry more white people who are going to end up looking white. Then they're going to come back home and then say, oh, my dad, I'm 1/4 black, I'm 1/4 Igbo, give me political positions. They will get these positions, and then they will rule you, and you will carry this L on your head, because at the end of the day, you brought this on yourself. Again, look at the NBA. That's exactly what those ones did to themselves. They intermarried these white women. Those ones ended up marrying other white women. So now their kids are like 1/4 black. Their kids don't even look white. I mean, their kids don't even look black anymore, but they're still running around claiming they're black, and they have just inherited everything, and they have pushed out the black men from NBA. I don't think people understand how serious this is. I think people think it's just a joke, and it's not a joke. It really never is. Like I said, people thought Trump was a joke, and you see where that ended up. And more Trumps are coming, by the way. Just FYI, so everyone knows. So I could go more into this, but this is just like the summary of what I had in mind. But this is an L that this group is going to chop for the next few generations. Good luck, though.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this room. It's been engaging. It's been interesting. It's been rough at different points, but I think we've managed to at least have what looks like a conversation to an extent.